you guys decided to run a series of trials with the people who work for Malediction to see if they were, I guess, worthy of being part of her team, whatever her team is actually going to be doing. But that doesn't really matter. You guys decided to hold a series of trials to see how well they would do. It was met with interesting results and mixed success. Then moving on from there, a series of new problems began to arose, including a group of witch hunters despite the repeated warnings and insistence from both Lita and Enzo that they were actually doing the right thing and that they needed to change, they were still stubborn and decided not to listen, and launched an assassination attempt against that one wizard who always dressed like a clown. This ended with oh wait, Grant, you weren't here. Do any of you guys want to tell him, or should I? Okay.
You ever seen The Color Out of Space?
What? Yes.
Remember the mom and child hybrid? Imagine that, but 8 dudes.
10, actually.
Well.
Yeah, they
fucking around and finding out.
Word had reached Enzo that they were gonna try to kill Oswin. So Enzo was just like, you know what? I tried. I did my best. If they don't want to listen to me, just let it happen. See how well it goes for them. And that was how well it went. And they ended up having to kill the thing out of mercy.
Gross.
But yes, moving on from there, Lita, in order to increase morale between the troops, since there were still some tension between them, had decided to organize the first annual Syria King of Iron Fist tournament.
That's not annual.
All right. Okay. That's also not actually what it's called, but that's what I decided to call it for this recap. Now, if I can recall, the rules were that every single division within the military on both sides got to choose one representative to fight for them. They would then fight only within their own side until both sides produced one champion, upon which they would meet for the Super Bowl and fight each other, and that winner would in turn fight Malediction.
What is this, Mortal Kombat rules?
No, like, because of the ban on dueling, nobody can kill the other. In fact, a very harsh punishment has been put in place if anyone does kill their opponent in this tournament. Not instituted by you, Lita, but instituted by Radon, Kuzlin, and the other generals. Because we don't want anyone killing anyone. This is all men in good fun. So we've been going back. What was the prize for winning? Well, the prize that you told everyone that they were going to get if they won.
Oh, let's see. If they win the tournament, which includes beating Malediction.
So they have to beat Malediction.
They have to beat Malediction. 5,000 gold.
Okay.
And as advertised on the poster, it would say a secret, or basically, and a special compensatory prize, courtesy of the Red Velvet Room.
Okay.
Gift certificate to the Cracker Barrel.
One free drink with an order of an appetizer of $10 or more.
But it expires in 3 days.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so it took some time to get this tournament going, mostly again because word had to get around, and Lita, in following this, no one in either the Syrian or the Scarring Guardian army seems to know or care who Malediction is. They're mostly just into this because they just want to show up the other side. But But when they found out that they're only going to fight the Syrians once their champion gets to the end, things got interesting. So yeah, the race was on to see who could pick their best fighters. But yeah, those of you who would be interested enough to follow this, I don't know if in character you guys think you would have better things to do, or if you just genuinely want to see the Syrians and the Scarring Guardians beat the crap out of each other until only one remains.
Are we trying to have one of our own boys win? What's the do we need enhancements?
No, this is just to boost morale.
So, basically, the Syrian and the Scarring Guardian forces are constantly, they're kind of at each other's throats where they're trading insults back and forth. So basically with this tournament... Yeah, so basically what this is getting them all to basically work off some frustration, as well as, watch the other side's fighters, and then, because it's me and us, betting is allowed on these fights. The house gets 5% of all total bets.
So, which begs the question: while I skip through the prelims and all the build up and all that shit, do any of you have wanted to have bet on any of these fights?
Who's the roster?
Sure. Are you betting a lot, a little, just medium?
Well, I mean, if a friend's entering the tournament, I'd probably help him with illegal enhancements, but I guess I gotta know who's in it.
That you know?
Also, Grant, just as a heads up, anything you bet, if you bet $100, Lita gets 5.
Hey, Lita,
I'm basically running a small-time war.
Here's your morning sickness juice. That's $5. Okay.
Okay.
I could give you Nox. I could give you $5, Lita. I could withhold this potion I've been working on that allows you to avoid morning sickness for the next 3 weeks. But I guess you're just. But if you're willing to roll the dice,
that reminds me, Lita, you've been pregnant for about 3 months now. So yeah, you're starting to show, and I need you to roll me a fortitude saving throw, please.
Hey, Lita, I think that 5% tax is looking pretty not so good in the toilet, huh?
Quiet, you.
Gabrielle will bet for fun. There's no real stakes for her because she's loaded, but just a bit. I don't know how much a bit is in this universe, but
and I didn't answer Grant's question yet, just because we had to get to the more important thing. But speaking of characters, Gabrielle, there is actually somebody in this tournament. Do you remember way back when your brother had arrived and he was guarding the king? He had three other knights in unique armor with him.
Yeah.
One of those guys actually entered the tournament. This this really big, muscly motherfucker who only goes by the name of Rock. Not The Rock, just Rock.
A Rock.
He's actually been doing pretty well.
Why not? I'll bet on him because I know him or know of him.
Okay.
I don't know how much is a reasonable amount.
Just roll and I'll tell you if you're doing well. But yeah, Grant, for you that you would know.
Because Batman does not pay taxes.
Sergey, one of the Stolichnians has entered the tournament. A member of the city guard that you've seen palling around with Rowan quite frequently, a man by the name of John Sleepy Estes, has entered. And not really someone that any of you know personally, but a member of the Scarlet Knights has entered the tournament as well. A man by the name of Olaf Gunderson. Again, not someone you know personally, just he's a member of the Scarlet Knights, so he worked for you even before all this.
Rowan's friend, he's one of the good cops, right?
Yeah, he's a good cop.
He was probably friends with the dude that got killed when that one elf went Al Akbar.
Yes, actually. In fact, the guard that got killed when that happened was actually his best friend.
You know what? Maybe I should give him some help him out a little because he's probably had some tough times. He could use a win.
Lita, what is your stance on performance enhancing substances for this tournament?
Pussies.
Yeah, we're gonna not because
How about you get good with your own skills rather than using the drug.
Yeah, no drug, no performing enhancing, no performing in. No, they don't. We need to humble them.
No.
When they get to the final fight, we don't need Atom Smasher but Flash coming after Malediction.
Actually, interesting that you bring that up.
It's dead.
Because of the Flesh Golem incidents, the Witch Hunters were actually banned from participating in this tournament.
Yeah, I know.
However, I'm telling the rest of the party this because I told you. But yeah, all of you would have noticed this in some way. That did not stop one 7-foot tall man, woman, person thing in Witch Hunter armor from trying to participate.
Oh fuck!
Who?
Fortunately, Lita saw this pretty quickly and moved Samael out of there.
Oh.
We really wanted to stack this tournament.
Hey guys, here's our friend, the devil. He'll be competing.
We call it. Yeah, it's gonna be. I can actually. You know what? I can see the semifinal, just this dude walking up we call him El Rey, the King, El Rey Diablo, the King Devil or whatever, and then it just cuts all of us standing over the pieces of a body. Well, I could have seen this, and it's who could have honestly seen this coming?
It's like that Eric Andre sketch, who killed the Saint guy?
Yeah.
Shoot Hannibal.
I wish I would have Burton. I wish I would have Burton. All right.
Well, if there's no performance enhancing drugs, then why the hell am I here? That's
a good question.
Identity.
I mean, my contribution to this was asking Hattori to make a championship plaque, mostly because he doesn't have time to make a championship bout.
Well, okay, and actually on that note, he did, but it's very basic, but it is made of gold, so there's that.
I say we take some value to it. Put it on a headband, and then they can wear it and then get robbed.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, because of how quickly this got organized, he didn't really have time to make it fancy, so there's no words on it. Just what symbol of your choice is on this plaque, Ken, since you're the one who told him to make this?
No words, huh? Not even just the basic thing of international champion.
That many letters? No.
Yeah, a few days to do the engraving, didn't he?
Well, I mean, he did, but he's got to make the mold. He's got to melt down some gold first. He's actually got to make it. It's got to be cooled and finished by the time the finals roll around. So
this isn't gonna be this isn't a fucking the Stanley Cup.
Oh no! It's only this big, the size of a dinner plate, and it's just gonna have something on it.
Probably didn't want to put tiny letters because he'd have to rush them, and then he would be embarrassed. I can't believe I made that in such a rush job. It looks terrible.
Kind of, actually.
Well,
if you guys had a month to prepare for this and he had more time to do it, sure, he probably could have made it look fancy.
I'm just saying that the words seem like it'd be simpler than a design.
Also, I know engraving.
Okay.
Remember, I carve my fucking runes into stones and metals.
Well, you'll have to help
if you want to. Okay, if you want to help him with this, and Ken, you want to say like forget a symbol, let's just do words. He'll make you your giant gold dinner plate. What do you want to engrave upon it, Lita?
Burchill, what do you want on it?
Mm-hmm.
International Championship, and have a space for like lay engraving for the winner's name.
Go.
Now since we're back to Lita. Since we're back to Lita, Zach, what did you roll for your fortitude saving throw?
12.
Okay, good to know. Okay, so with that said, Charlie and Grant, I want both of you to just roll a d20 for luck. I want to see how well you do for your bets.
Alright.
Bad. Roll a 5.
Okay.
Oh well.
Starting off strong
Okay.
this morning.
Bad 20. Sorry, I was looking in the chat. Not me.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we'll start with Gabrielle. Gabrielle, you did, even though you know the guy, you decided not to bet. You decided not to bet that much, but I did all the rolls for who would win last night. But coming towards the finals, you kind of regret not betting a lot of money because The Rock kept winning. And sorry, Grant, you were going strong at one point, but then I'll say because you rolled a natural 20, you saw who.
I know when to get out.
Yeah, actually, you saw that your guy Sleepy was about to go up against The Rock, and seeing that, you were just like, well, I'm gonna cut my losses, and it was a good thing that you did that when you did because The Rock won.
Hey, good thing I got enough money till that point. I'm like, I know when my horse is about to fall.
Mm-hmm. And since the two of you were following this, the two of you know that on the Syrian side of things, we now have our two finalists. General Radon, who decided to enter this tournament himself, and The Rock. Yeah, Radon made it all the way to the finals.
How demoralizing that is. All right, boys, I'm pulling this tournament. I'm going to beat the shit out of you.
Also, Lita, you would know this. Nobody went easy on Radon because he was the general, because you were there when this happened. He specifically ordered all of his troops not to let him win. And yet he's here anyway.
You motherfuckers let me win. You're all getting push-ups for a month, like every morning for breakfast.
No, he said he ordered his troops not to let him win.
I know, that's why he's angry, because he's winning. Like, you're all getting push-ups for breakfast if I win this fucking gold plate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's like on the Scarring Guardian side of things, which for those of you that are following this, you've noticed some interesting characteristics in the naming of the different divisions between the Syrian and the Scarring Guardian forces. The Scarring Guardians name all of their military divisions by numbers. So, like, there's the 1st Legion, the 2nd Legion, and the 5th Legion, and then it just goes on and on and on like that. No imagination.
Why'd they skip the 4th?
On the Syrian side of things, however, they're a bit more creative. Like Radon's division is called the Red Scars. There's the Scarlet Knights. There's the Iron Fists, the Shadow Angels, the Lunar Wolves, the Warhounds, and the Keepers of the Word. They're a bit more creative with their names.
But who's higher than who?
What?
But who's higher than who? Who outranks who? We don't know without numbers.
Well, the numbers don't matter. It's just about which division it is.
The numbers, what do they mean?
But yes, this leads us
to... line. They spell disaster for you as sacrifice.
This leads us to the day of the final. To the day of the final round, where we begin not with the tournament, but with some unresolved but not unrelated business from last time.
No.
So.
No more flesh golems.
Lita, we will actually start with you. Waking up. It's like waking up this morning, you actually woke up to the smell of Hattori cooking bacon, and you walked downstairs, smelled that, and you even though you kept it in, you could not help yourself as you had to run back upstairs. Unfortunately for you, even though you had to run upstairs, there was still a knock at your bedroom door, and instead of either being Hattori or Pyrrha or Lashanon, who's not here, you hear on the other side, hello, Field Marshal, it's Gaius Ensland. I was told to bring this report over to you by Malediction. Your boyfriend, husband. I'm not really sure about that. He told me you were up here. Is it okay if I come in?
Lita will. Lita will tell him to slide the report under the door.
Okay. He does so, and Mike, of the people you're transferring to Lita's command, do you have any specific messages or instructions for her?
What, for the people I'm transferring, or?
Yeah, like because Creed, Flea, and Potato all failed your tests. So you decided that you wanted to transfer them back over to Lita. So did you want to leave any specific instructions with her or things like that? Yeah.
The other two are failures of stealth, so I can't do anything with them. Potato beat the fucking arrogance out of her, and then maybe she can come back.
Okay.
Lita, upon reading this,
is it arrogance or just insanity?
Upon reading this report, okay. Lita, Gaius, if you're still there.
Yeah, I'm still here. I actually have a question. It's kind of awkward with you on the other side of a door, but it's okay.
Lita pauses and just says, unless you want me to throw up, I'll be talking to you from the other side of this door.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'd rather you not throw up on me.
Good. Go back to Malediction till I received a report and tell her to come to my old Walpole office.
Okay. Before I do though, Field Marshal, may I ask you something?
Shoot.
Like, I mean, it's not that I have a problem with the way you or Malediction are running things. It's just that I'm a bit confused. Her rank says that she's the spy master, but this whole thing that she's been doing, it seems to me at least that she's less putting together a spy network and more of a hit squad. I don't know. Is this what you wanted? Is this what she's supposed to be doing?
Sounds like somebody's questioning orders.
Lita, at that, kind of goes, you know what? Let's have some fun. Lita just kind of thinks to herself. And at that, Lita I just pull the door open, and I look Gaius directly in the eye.
Is that short?
Yeah, well, Tom Holland.
Yeah, it's Tom Holland. It's close enough.
He's one of the very few people Lita has to look up to. Lita looks at him and goes, "Are you questioning how I'm running things?"
No. That's
because it sounds like, Gaius. It sounds like you have issues with my authority and/or maledictions.
No. I have no issues with your authority or maledictions. I was just confused, Field Marshal. I wanted some clarification. Please don't throw up on me.
Oh, I have no intention. However, you better make sure that this word of this never gets back to malediction. Because, however, while I oversee everything, each one of us runs our departments individually. Burchill can discipline people however he sees fit. Gabrielle, Dr. Fritz, Enzo, well, be thankful you're not under his guiding light. And
yeah, you saw his disciplining.
And malediction, well... Lita looks up, thinks for a second. Malediction, if she finds out that you have questions about this, she'll hang you by your thumbs from a rafter in her basement. And she'll use you as a punching bag until your thumbs snap off.
He doesn't say anything, but he looks incredibly nervous. And just quietly says, "Please don't tell her."
I won't, if you don't. And just remember this. Don't ask too many questions. Oh, and if it helps... Lita pauses, thinks. Mike, does malediction drink coffee?
Sure.
Lita says, if you really want to get on her good side, show up to your meetings early in the morning with a fresh cup of coffee for her, and I guarantee you'll win a convert to meet. I'll guarantee you she'll overlook some transgressions.
I was like,
nope.
I know, I'm feeding this fucker a line because it's early, Lita's almost thrown up twice now, and she's just like, I need something to take my mind off the fact that I'm trying to not throw up.
And actually, since you opened the door to tell him this, the scent of bacon is starting to waft up the stairs, just so you might want to end this conversation soon. But
Lita basically...
Batman.
Yeah, and Lita basically just goes, now leave. And then Lita closes the door and just kind of goes... He just kind of goes, eat him alive.
From the other side of the door, you just hear, okay, thank you, Field Marshal. I'm going to take my leave now. And with that, that's happening. Oh, Malediction, what's your armor class?
Whose armor class?
Yours.
22.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. That's not the mage armor buff.
Okay, so here's what happens. So you finished writing up your report to Lita to send to her. You sent Gaius just to mess with him because you knew Lita would, or you're just doing it yourself because you're like that. But then suddenly you return to your office at the top of the Kingfisher Inn. And something is wrong. You can feel it in your bones. You've been an edge runner way too long. You know when something is just not right. And then it is at that moment that you step to the left, and just in time, as a small Stolichnian girl suddenly drops from the ceiling and swings that blackjack thing that you tried to hit Burchill with in your direction.
Now she's an assassin?
She missed her sneak attack, so she is going to try again. That was a natural 2.
Someone's
What?
trying to sneak attack me?
Yeah, she just tried to sneak attack you.
Don't work on me.
Well, she still missed, so it hardly mattered.
Work. You cannot sneak attack a rogue.
Well, she still tried, but it hardly mattered since she missed, and she just missed again. Actually, oh no, yeah, she does get a third attack. That is another.
Staying on my side.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, first.
So yeah, like Potato dropped from the ceiling and tried to hit you 3 times and missed all 3. What are you gonna do about it?
And this is why you're going to Lita. You're a
Mhm.
disappointment.
It's just like, what? Is that all you say?
Yes.
It's a potato actually seemingly ignores that and just like, what is this gruff kid bullshit? And she's going to try to tackle you.
Mage armor.
Okay, she's trying to football tackle you, but with the mage armor, that's not enough to hit. So
Yeah,
just
I'm
for
at
flavor,
26
what
now.
happens? What? It's like,
Yeah, why don't you go... Actually, better yet, why don't you join Burchill's team? Since attacking things out of stealth seems to be the only good thing. And that's not me getting a slate at Burchill. Maybe you can prove useful there rather than here.
just like what?
My group is the finances.
Oh, I thought you were the Brawlers. Who's the Brawlers here? Am I the
That's
Brawlers?
Rowan. That's Rowan. Rowan's
Go
the
join
brawlers.
Rowan right there.
Just like,
Sorry, I thought you were the Brawlers.
Yeah, no, I'm
Just
the finances and supplies.
Just
like-
say I said go join Rowan.
just like, what? Why do you do this to potato? Why do?
Let me count the waves. 1. Specifically, you have failed. You failed to get the stuff. You failed specifically for the torture directly in that way. You this way, and you can't actually back it up with skill. Stop acting like a fucking child and go to Lita.
Potato
Anyone
is
else
not
watching?
child.
Why is she serious?
No one else is in the room, by the way. It's just the two of you. It's like,
And I'm going to leave. Are we still in Lita's house or somewhere else?
no, you're in your office. This was a private conversation.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna roll to see what she does. Okay. She actually just falls to her knees, and as you close the door behind you, you actually hear her start to cry. But I imagine you ignore that.
Quit being a wussy.
All right. So that takes care of that.
Yeah, that take care of that. Get good, scrub.
So we cut from that to the following day, where
I'm gonna go find Lita. That's what I was gonna do after this.
okay. So it's not hard for you to find Lita. You could just like walk over to her house, and actually along the way you pass Gaius, who's just like, malediction. I was just on my way back.
All right.
It's like,
what do you need?
well, you sent me to deliver the report to Lita, and now I'm coming back to find out what I'm supposed to do next.
Go back to the office right there. Go finish off some of the paperwork that's on my desk.
Okay. Okay. Sure. And he just does it.
All right.
His face was a little red when he said that to you, though. I don't know if you noticed that.
She's a little distracted.
All right. So Lita, I'll say for you, Hitori brings a meatless breakfast up to your room, so as not to disturb you. And yeah, it is at that time. Malediction. Do you want to just walk right up to Lita's room while the door's open, or do you want to be polite and knock?
I'll just walk right in. That's my style.
So
That's how I roll, yo.
I'm not going to have you roll for this just for the sake of comedy, but I'm going to say like when Hitori walks in and like gives you your breakfast, Lita, just suddenly the two of you turn around and Malediction is just standing there.
I've arrived. Sup? Sup, Tube?
Oh, it's morning.
Yeah. How's your morning going?
Peachy, yeah?
I got attacked by Potato repeatedly.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, she doesn't understand why she's getting kicked out. Threw a hissy fit. Couldn't actually back up the hissy fit. Started crying. That's what I just left.
Oh, Jesus.
How old is she again?
You actually have no idea, and
I
Lita,
asked
I'll
you.
give you.
Lita goes,
Roll knowledge all to see if you know her age.
Well, you see, she's actually 50.
You see,
That
she's
is-
actually 1,000 years older than the dragon.
that's a 37.
With actually, it's like actually, Lita, with all these recent tests in mind, you did decide to look at Potato's file for the Syrian army just to find out how old she is, because she's really short, like shorter than you are. So
Yeah.
So yeah, you went to find out some information. Supposedly she joined when the Syrian army started calling for volunteers, but none of the recruitment officers can actually remember recruiting her. And actually looking at the piece of paper she filed for her recruitment, it took some digging, but you eventually found out that she snuck it into the files and filled it out herself, and her age is actually listed in Stilichnian, not in common, as totally 18.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
In fact, the entire file is actually written in Stilichnian. You had to get Boris to translate it for you.
Why is this
Lita.
incredible?
Lita, upon
Good
seeing
cran,
this,
bad cran.
Lita, upon seeing this, she just kind of goes, oh, boy.
Yellow.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
thinking out loud here, Malediction.
Yabble.
I can talk to the girl,
All right.
see if I can reason with her.
Okay.
I mean, she's got to be decent at something.
Probably.
She's actually the single greatest shot with a rifle out of your entire army. They tested that when they got the rifles. She shoots better than everyone. Like, literally everyone.
Lita, upon seeing this, looking at her file further. Question
I'll
for
say
you.
for the sake of this conversation, you
Question,
pulled it out again.
Malediction.
Mike, you were asked a question.
How? No, I didn't ask it.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
I'm thinking about what the question is.
Okay.
Question, Malediction.
Uh-huh.
How bad do you need her for your squads?
I can make do if I don't need her.
I might have a use for her. Something I've been tooling with in the back of my head.
Yeah, something that won't get her or others killed with her attitude. Because that's the biggest problem with her. Is I know I was a little shit, but I was a little shit for myself. And I wasn't working heavily with other people. Yes, I was with you guys, but not much, not in a lot of ways, but she's going to get someone killed.
Yeah. We can't afford that.
Yeah. And she doesn't understand. And I'm pretty sure she was older than I was before I left temporarily. For my sabbatical.
Yeah. Lita looks at her file, and then Lita takes out a pen, or takes out a quill, and scribbles something down in the margin of Potato's file.
What's it say? Just so that I know. Okay. Okay, good to know.
Lita
Mm-hmm.
looks to Malediction.
Mm-hmm.
I have a use for her, I think.
All right.
And a few others. Lita looks at the other two files, Creed and Flea.
You know them.
I
They work
get
for you in the underground.
Lita goes, I'll reassign these two to the information side.
I actually just want to remind you, Enzo's not here, but it doesn't matter. Flea is actually one of the two code breakers that you had previously promised to the Inquisitor to go through Maxwell's things and try to find stuff.
Actually, Lita...
I mean, that's not that big of an issue right now, but
Well,
that's just a skill he has.
Lita
Mm-hmm.
says that... Lita goes, I'll send Flea over to Enzo. I think Maxwell left some stuff behind that we need to still decode. And I'd rather have Maxwell's books decoded by us so we can make copies than we send it all over to the Inquisitor.
Probably best.
Actually, I just remembered this because I'm an idiot. Vess was also a part of that, but right now she's with malediction because she passed all of her tests. So where she is in all this is kind of a gray area.
We just need Flea.
Okay, so
Yeah, Lita says this to Malediction.
Yeah,
Flea's... He's not exactly the quietest person in the room, nor the most tactful, but his brain is best suited for other things.
All right.
Creed, I can put back in the underground. They're going to be helped. They probably should help with evacuations and making sure the city's more vulnerable parts are at least fortified.
Creed is also the one who organizes all of your information since you changed the rules of the underground to not keep all the information in your heads.
Yeah. I know.
Okay.
But Lita looks to... I know. Lita looks to Malediction.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at her, and she looks at me.
And I look at him.
Yeah.
Skadoosh.
Lita then says... Lita closes the door behind Malediction.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
I have a question for you.
Uh-huh. Shit.
And Lita goes to ask you a question and then stops. No, I shouldn't be asking you this. Never mind.
Well, now I'm curious.
You see, there was something had happened a few days ago that's been picking at the back of my head.
All right. That happens to me a lot.
Well, you see, I cracked a joke with Hattori about him being here to take care of me, and basically, a few weeks ago, he called me a bitch, trying to be affectionate. However, well...
All right.
I jokingly called him a house bitch and threatened to put him in a dress, and
He was into it.
he took too much time to think about an answer. And Lita looks at Malediction and goes, Penny, for your thoughts?
Oh, he wants you to fuck him. You.
Lita looks down. I mean, that's how we got into this predicament.
Not in the way you're thinking.
Can I roll knowledge all on this, John?
Wrap up.
No, you're a bard and you run a brothel.
Oh, yeah.
You don't need to roll knowledge all for this.
Lita.
I roll knowledge. You should know this.
Lita, for the sake of hilarity here.
Okay.
The Jeopardy is like, dee. All of a sudden, Mike, you watch as Lita's face goes Her eyes dilate a little bit as the realization dawns on her. Shortly followed by her face going white, then red, then very red, and then just looking at Malediction just like...
Roll a fortitude saving throw.
Yeah.
Nat 20.
You keep it together. Go ahead.
Lita just kind of looks at Malediction and goes, you honestly don't think that...
Yes.
I mean, he's an elf, so he might... Lita just never... This is something that'll come up later.
It comes to the point where you're all ready for it. He's like, I was talking about roleplay.
Yeah.
You get some whips, you get some chains, you put them on the bed, and you get a massive fucking bad dragon. There you go.
Oh my god.
Like,
Penis!
Well, Lita says...
No bad dragon, I just want you to whip me while you're wearing a face mask of a monkey.
well, I do want to throw this out there, Lita. You are friends now with the most powerful mage in the world, who's experimented with a lot of things. You could ask him if you want.
Wait, for him to make an actual dragon one? That would kill Hattori.
I mean, he dresses like a clown, and he's readily admitted to Lita he has experimented with many different types of magic.
Don't trust clowns
Lita!
in the bedroom.
Lita, well, again, that's like buying your weed from that's like buying your crack from a guy who also happens to run what's the best
I
analogy?
would like to buy one weed, sir.
That's like buying your weed from a guy who reeks of formaldehyde.
But what if his
It's like
what if
buying
his
crack
weed is
directly
really
from the
good?
CIA.
Yeah,
Well, what
it's
if
like
it's really
buying
good
crack.
weed?
Well, actually,
it's
if you
really
buy
good
crack
crack?
from the CIA, that's called government.
But like, what if it's really good crack? Like, what if it's actually really, really good crack?
Ain't no
If you ever
one's
get
better
bored,
recipe than Nox made.
Never forget, the only reason why Pablo Escobar was ever a thing was because the CIA bankrolled his fucking operation to destabilize a potentially communist government in South America.
And don't forget that there's hippos down there that are still crack hippos and wandering about, and they won't kill them because they want to preserve them. That's a horrifying thought. There's hippos out there that will eat you, and they're like, let's protect them.
Those are just
Well, I mean,
hippos.
Yeah,
That's
hippos.
Hippos on
no, that's
crack.
the sequel that's the sequel to Cocaine Bear, Crack Hippo.
And they're protected by law.
So it's even more difficult to kill this thing.
I can actually already see the title of the shitty B movie already in my head.
Mm-hmm.
The Hippos of Pablo Escobar.
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty good. That's a good title if you didn't know who he was.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, the hippos of this is going to be a family movie. Oh my god!
Could you imagine? Like it's just Narcos, except like except it opens with him dragging a fucking screaming dude, throwing him into the hippos, and just watching the hippos like nom nom nom, and just like
it's got to be.
That's I realized my suggestion for this being a Cocaine Bear sequel actually works because they remind you that Cocaine Bear, one of the nicknames they gave him was Pablo Escobar.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, Jeff. So Jeff, we're making this movie, right? Yeah. Do you still have Pedro Pascal's number? Because he was in Narcos? Yeah, I got it.
Could you also, just throwing it out here, sorry to derail this, but just throwing it out here, could you imagine Pablo Escobar throwing the dude to the hippo? You see the hippos come out and start nomming on the dude, while Pablo Escobar just starts humming, hungry, hungry hippos, hungry, hungry
and he starts
hippos.
doing the mamba.
You know, with the way he was portrayed in Narcos, that is something he would very much do. Because he was crazy.
Oh no, Pablo Escobar was fucking nut because the CIA put him in power to create a drug cartel to destabilize local government. However, what's the Scarface line? Once you get the money, then you get the power.
You get the bitches.
He literally became so powerful, he went nuts.
No, he was always nuts. It's just the power gave him more excuse to do whatever he really wanted.
John, can I create cocaine hippos with Lita's budget?
Fuck.
We'll get to that after the tournament.
Imagine
Just
that we
feed Horace
airdrop a
cocaine.
bunch of cocaine hippos into the Elven army. They ain't gonna know what the hell hit them.
No, we filled barrels with cocaine and DMSO, and we launched them at the elves.
I mean, I do know how to make skooma.
Well,
Because then it splashes in their face, like, oh, then it immediately soaks in their bloodstream, and suddenly the entire elven army, including the demons, is tripping balls.
we'll get to that after the tournament.
But Lita, back to back.
Uh-huh.
Lita goes. Lita looks at malediction. Not a word of this to Hattori.
What?
Not a word of this to Hattori.
How much is this worth?
I'll take potato off your hands. This should never be a problem for you again.
Pleasure doing business with you two.
Lita reaches her hand out.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Pyrrha?
Pyrrha's downstairs.
I'm gonna go
Downstairs.
with Pyrrha.
Probably eating bacon.
I'm gonna go with Pyrrha.
Actually, that is what happens. Like, as you head back downstairs, Malediction, you see Pyrrha sitting at a table eating bacon. And she looks at you, and her eyes go wide, and she just turns back to her bacon and starts eating it, pretending to ignore you.
Go up to her ear, and softly whisper, "Your dad wants to get fucked by your mom with a strap on." And I leave.
Okay.
And tell me why. Why did you do that? You ruined that poor girl's breakfast.
I mean, she had it coming.
All right.
Why?
This leads us
Being a team-
finally. This leads us finally
It does.
to the finals of. This leads us to the finals of the first Syrian King of Iron Fist tournament. And the trophy has been completed. Everyone has gotten the crap beat out of them. And in the time it has taken us to get here, okay, let's see. What number did this land on? Yeah. Burchill. It's no secret at this point that the temperature has been dropping really rapidly, and even some of your more new magically oriented friends have started to suspect that this might be the work of Fen'Harel to some degree. Anyway, with the rapidly dropping temperatures, there's a problem. With the drop in temperature, as well as the mass influx of new soldiers and new faces, some more winter gear is necessary, more than you have. This was not something that was initially planned for, so it needs to be seen to sooner rather than later before the worst happens and you're potentially stuck in a blizzard with no way to keep warm. And also, in addition to coats and furs and things, you'll need some material supplies for keeping warm, ways to boil water, all that jazz. But yeah, the point is, you need more winter gear than you have. So, as the Grand Quartermaster, it is up to you to figure out how to get some.
Okay, trying to figure out who to order from who would have that material.
You can ask your party members about this if you have no ideas.
But hold on, let me.
Well,
Let's see. Hold on.
Okay.
Can I roll knowledge geography to think of any countries that would have such materials?
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay, that's a 32.
Okay, well, first thing that comes to mind, Ulfir is right out, and Lita will attest to this. Has it ever snowed in Ulfir?
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, but yeah, the Syrians and the Scarring Guardians are already here, and they brought what they had with them. But yeah, like, you are still going to need more than you have. However, one one country actually does immediately jump to mind for you, as it is cold pretty much all year round there. Stolichnia, the country to the north, where Potato, Boris, Vlad, and all those guys are from. However, while you could get winter gear from them, there's kind of a slight issue. Stolichnia is kind of an independent state from Syria. Like it's a weird government thing. Like when Syria was when Stolichnia was originally founded, it was a vassal state to Syria, but there was nothing there at the time, and the Syrian king thought that there would never ever be anything of value there. So when the Stolichnians asked for amnesty and to be an independent country, he decided, like, you know what, sure, you can be independent. Fuck you guys, it's a frozen wasteland. What do I care?
And then they found berries.
And then, well, that too. But then the Stolichnians discovered vast mineral resources under the grounds. Things like iron, platinum, cobalt, like just different mineral resources. And they got really the oligarchs there got really wealthy really fast, much to the ire of the Syrians. But yes, because it is cold all year round there, they should have ample winter gear. However, you're going to need to either buy it from them or reach some kind of agreement.
That's what I was getting at. Like, okay, I'm going to need to write a letter. Okay, write a letter to them. Have someone from Stolichnia, probably the most eloquent one of them, whichever that is, to translate that letter into the native language instead of making an offer to buy the gear from them.
Sariel actually knows Stolichnian.
Alright.
It's like, say you could send her.
Right.
Okay. So if you're sending her to Stolichnia, because you are the Grand Quartermaster, you have the final say on this. What is the maximum amount of money or things? You don't need to say an exact amount, but like, what is the exact amount of like money or things that Sariel is allowed to bargain with in order to get what you need?
Well, that depends. How much winter gear do we need?
I'll let you guys speak out of character for this. Lita, Mox, Malediction. What do you guys have? Anything you want to say to this?
Well, how cold does it get here?
Cold, but it's getting unnaturally cold. Like they're suspected that the elves are making the temperature drop unnaturally.
Oh,
Wait, we have mages. Wait. We have mages now. Wouldn't it be simpler, cheaper, and easier to like have them use a spell to counter this?
You could, but magic is not indefinite.
I'm just saying that we could just be a back and forth of countering the spell.
Mm-hmm. You could, but it would probably still be a good idea to have the winter gear in case that somehow fails. Like say for instance, they find out that you're doing this and send assassins.
Yeah, but maybe cut down on cost at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in order to, because it seems like if the weather spell could be countered, like of course have materials, but be best to just keep doing that.
Okay.
That seems like it throw a much bigger wrench into the elf's plan than just us being cozy.
It also opens the door for negotiations. Because if we can keep countering it, we don't have to basically make a rash offer up front. We can basically be like, hey, we need gear, and then they go like, well, we're going to give you the gear, but it's going to cost this much, and then there can literally be a dialogue back and forth of like, fuck you, I'm not going to pay 150 grand, we're going to pay 75, 100, and basically back and forth.
Quick question.
In order to do this, I guess we would probably need to try to get a hand on a scrying orb so me and Sario could talk while she's in there, so we could go do the negotiations.
The actual device you're referring to is called a Sending Stone, and Osmond can just give you one if you ask.
Yeah, we need that for me and Sario. So, yeah.
Okay, so all right, so you can get a Sending Stone from Osmond, sure. So yeah, you get one for yourself, one for Sariel, and she'll occasionally get back to you offers, and it'll be up to you to decide to take it.
If the elves are making winter like become worse here, like than it normally is, like, is this city like normally have like snowy winters or no?
It's a coastal city, so it does get cold in the winter, but with this is a type of magic on a scale like that your mages haven't seen before. So like they have no idea what the long-term effects of it might be, but they're imagining pretty drastic.
I'm thinking more like if there's even a winter infrastructure in place, not just clothes, but do people even have fireplaces enough to keep people warm on a massive scale in their houses? Like, if you don't have chimneys built into houses, you can't just, I'm going to put a stove in, and they're going to smoke themselves out.
Not just the houses, but you also have tents outside the city where the majority of the soldiers are staying.
Shit, we're going to have to, like, build, like, some Valley Forge type structures and with heaters and stuff if we're going to... I didn't even know the elves were doing that. Holy shit, yeah, we need to, like, start stacking firewood right now.
Well, yeah. You guys suspected that this was happening, but like some of your mages now that they're working for you guys are starting to say like, yeah, there's a distinct possibility that this shit might not be natural.
Okay, yeah, Lita, we're gonna have to like have a whole unit cutting down the shit ton of firewood.
Yes, actually in character. I guess for the sake of flavors, as Burchill is discussing this with us.
And we're going to have to build new structures as well in order to facilitate, like, barracks.
Yeah, Lita basically is thanking Burchill for pointing out a problem that she overlooked. Like, with the temperature dropping, it's like, oh yeah, this, and then I'm just imagining, like, Burchill brings this up, Lita's like, and then Nox is just like, do we have the infrastructure for this? And then Lita just kind of turns to Burchill and is like, oh fuck, thank you for pointing out a problem I was overlooking. Fuck. But thought process here.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than building new structures, which we can build those. What would be the logistics of retrofitting some buildings that are vacated to basically install wood stoves and whatnot? Like, what is the logistics on that?
They have to build the chimneys inside of it, but it could be done.
Well,
that wouldn't be too hard, and
you don't necessarily need like brick and mortar chimneys. We can just have like a fucking stovepipe. Cut a hole in the floor and just basically, rig it to go up through the seat to go up and basically do that, and basically just kind of do that because that'd be a lot easier.
I mean, that's not that difficult. That's not that difficult, and so as the war gets closer, like more and more of these buildings are going to be left vacant. However, I will say if you want to build that, some of the houses do have stoves, but not all of them do. So like if you do want to build that many stoves for these houses, you might have to divert some resources. Like Hattori, and he's been making this metal in his free time, but for the majority of his time right now, he's been making weapons. If you want to take Hattori off the weapons duty and possibly some of the other smiths in your employ and have them work on this, they could.
But that's why using a stovepipe, would take away from the weapons effort. Brick and mortar would just be using the masons.
Right, but we don't have time to basically lay, because mortar has to basically set, and with the temperatures dropping, mortar ain't gonna fucking set.
Unless we use the mages to help keep it dry and quit dry.
If I might, as a DM, suggest something, it is also possible to source your weapons from somewhere else.
Hold on. Let us figure this out.
Okay.
Because
most of the civilians are going to be evacuating anyway, so we would just need like mortars for for where the soldiers are staying.
Yeah. Because if we can't keep them in tents, they're gonna get frostbite then.
Right. Also,
Boots.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we don't want to be like the Confederate Army.
Oh shit! Mm-hmm. If they freeze everywhere, the rivers are gonna turn to ice. How do we keep those from turning to ice so they have a land bridge?
Yeah, we're gonna have to basically keep. You've read The Terror. Mm-hmm. Dynamite charges. We got to black powder the fucking river.
I want to say surprised, Brent, that you figured that out.
Because I remember we had our depth charge plan, but if they freeze the damn water, it ain't gonna matter. We got to keep the we got to cut off the water at certain points, but also like keep them from having a big enough thing to go across the.
Also, we've also got the elf population, which is in the bits, and a lot of those houses were destroyed in the fire, so a lot of them are sleeping on the fucking streets.
Son of a bitch! All right, good thing we found this early.
All right, yeah.
We got to build a dam too. We got to make sure they don't got a land bridge.
Yeah. All right, thinking out loud here. Burchill. If we're going to be negotiating with the Stalicians for, like, furs and whatnot, this is a cold country. This is a country where they probably have these. What would be the logistics on getting stoves delivered? Like cast iron. Like fucking like.
We gotta to ask if they just have those hanging around.
Well, they probably have infrastructure for it if they're a growing civilization. They have to have their new houses have warm shit.
I imagine this is kind of a close council meeting with all this, so I'll say Sariel's in the room with you since she's going, and I'll have her say like that would not be impossible. However, stoves might be more expensive than furs.
Cast iron is going to be heavier too to transport over land.
Yeah.
Unless
oversea though, because
over by ship.
And you guys have a navy,
right? However, that's traveling by sea is usually a lot slower than by land because you've got to basically make sure the winds are correct. So it might actually behoove us to. Because Erebor has the manufacturing capabilities to mass produce weapons, so it might actually behoove us to basically divert our efforts here in Sanctuary to basically start creating infrastructure for stoves, for heating, and then basically just have the Erebor, the dwarves deliver unto us stoves and whatnot. Or weapons for the time being until we are able to establish this infrastructure. Meanwhile, we're getting furs and other things from the Stalicians, which would be light enough to travel by wagon train if necessary over land.
That is not a bad idea. However, I will remind you that the weapons were not part of the deal that you negotiated with Erebor for those firearms, and I have no doubt they'll be willing to give us weapons. But well, you met them. That they're dwarves. What are they going to ask for in exchange for more weapons?
We'll purchase them.
Money.
Yeah, money. We'll just purchase them.
We may bankrupt ourselves, but it's something necessary.
We'll say it's on the King of Syria's dime. I'm sure he won't mind such a purchase if it means saving his country and his throne.
Hang on a second. Hey, John, can you pull up World?
I do have a shit ton of swords in my bag of holding, so that helps because I ain't be using them.
All right. What do you want, Grant?
Our battle plan map. Is it already up? I haven't checked. I'm just getting back on to Roll20.
I don't think I ever took it down, but
okay, I'm going on that right now because if they're gonna freeze the damn rivers, we gotta have to make some new plans because that's just access points. It's all gonna turn into land. Like, are you on Roll20, Zach?
I will be in a minute.
I drew that turtle.
Yeah. According to my page, it's still on the war map.
Okay, yeah, here we go. So our buoy idea floating down the sea mines ain't gonna work if they freeze the damn strait. Well, actually, like the bigger bodies, they won't be able to freeze entirely, but
if they're deep, if the water's deep enough.
But the river straits right here, especially closer to the city, they'll be able to freeze those.
Or we could just.
I did mention that in the initial planning meeting, these straits are wide enough for ships to pass through. So this is deep water.
Okay, yeah, but that might be. We could probably have someone help melt those to keep to slow them down, and also probably still do stuff. But the ones here, these will be like There's the moat might as well not exist.
Yeah.
Shit. Oh, remember our idea to like sink this land right here into the water? That ain't gonna work if it's frozen.
Well, I mean, if you do it early enough, it could work.
Well, yeah, but all that's gonna do is have the water fill in, and then if it freezes, they're still gonna be there.
Not if we do it when winter sets in,
Well, right?
because then it won't freeze properly. It'll be a jagged field of ice and land.
Ah.
Also, I just want to throw this out there. You said you were going to have all of this cut down. These are all trees, and these are all trees over here. And there are plenty of trees back here. So if you want to start cutting down more firewood, you got ample resources to choose from.
Yeah, we need that because whenever you think you need enough firewood, you need a lot more in order to keep like people warm and through the night and day.
Yep.
Shit, okay, so we're gonna have to turn some of these get these people out of tents and into banquet houses. We're gonna have to set up a block or something.
Mm-hmm. It is gradually getting colder. So like this is something that you guys have noticed. Like every day since you dealt with the elf insurgents, it's just been getting colder and colder and colder, and it's only been getting like 1 to 2 degrees a day. So it's hardly noticeable. But like the longer this continues, at over a 6-month period, yeah, at some point you're going to start noticing its effects. I think actually one of you noticed. Sure.
Zach?
If you want to ask.
Like maybe we get the clown's input on maybe he can like I don't know stave this off enough because this is happening and they're not even here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Also, if you want him here, like I can say that later. You can just message him on his sending stone, and he'll appear.
Yeah, we need more. We're gonna. Oh no! What about the pipes? Does is our sewer system and the water system even hand? No, this is This is a tropical climate. What if our pipes freeze and burst and the wells won't get water flowing?
Lita actually already solved that problem.
Okay, good. What'd you do?
For the red velvet room.
We're gonna need that on a citywide scale. Because we don't have antifreeze.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Lita. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God Lita taught Gabrielle how to do the runes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay. We're gonna need it. Oh, fuck.
We're also gonna need a lot of salt. Just keep the roads clear.
Sand.
Sand will work too?
Yeah, in Colorado we put sand on the road. Salt and sand.
Mm-hmm.
We're still gonna need a lot of it in order to to transport around the city and put it in like a warehouse.
Yeah.
Do you still want the clown's input on this?
For the magic aspect, but geez, yeah, I just thought of the pipes.
Okay, I actually know how I can do this.
Mm-hmm.
Lita will, because the pipes that supply the city with water, they're probably deep enough underground.
Yes.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Well, no. They're deep enough underground that we won't have to worry about them freezing.
But we do have to worry about the ones that come up and actually
our houses. That's.
I'll also say if you do run into Skaven, they're easy to kill on an individual basis. The problem is if you get swarmed.
Oh, no, I have an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the plus side is if it's wintertime, they'll probably stay in their holes and won't come out.
We have a shit ton of mages now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you do. And I'll say for the sake of flavor, like as you're contemplating this, suddenly there's a flash of purple light in your meeting room, and the clown suddenly appears and says, "I have arrived."
Clown! Nox jumps out the window.
He actually does the Buddy Christ pose.
I just imagine, I have arrived. Then suddenly Malediction jumps a baseball bat and it hits him. I'm just like, what the? Just like, he scared me.
This is the
is Malediction in the room?
Trick with my teeth. Yeah, War Council.
But okay. I could actually, Lita could teach the sorcerers how to do her runes. So that way we can have a team of sorcerers going throughout the city, basically engraving the pipes with enough runes that they don't freeze. Also, this solves another problem.
Interesting.
This also solves another problem. We can chain together enough runes that this will also purify the water going into the building. So we now have a greater supply of fresh water.
A Lita filter.
Yes.
Essentially, yes. That doesn't freeze. It's like, but yeah, since the clown has arrived, she's like, "What did you need?"
I won't teach the clown. I will teach the other people under him.
All right.
I think we should.
But
just
yeah, one
ask
of you
him
did
what
still
he
have a
thinks
question
about,
for him.
Yeah, what he thinks about the cold and what can be done to counteract that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that. I'm gonna be completely honest with all of you. I am the Archmagus of Skarngard. That is not a title that is very easily obtained. I am much older than I have looked. I have seen things that would turn every single one of you the same color as my face. I have done things that history should not remember. I've had many experiences in my long life. All of this winter magic that they're doing, it's beyond me. I am not sure how they're doing it on how big of a scale they are. If I had to guess, I'd say it's with the assistance of their newfound infernal allies.
Oh, what's that winter demon in Japan?
It think less that and more the ninth circle of hell.
Oh, wait a minute! No, we already got the devil on our side.
Just like
My neighbors, if they heard me, are probably wondering what the fuck I'm talking about.
it's like now, if you want to know if I can counteract these effects, the answer is maybe. I mean, I could, but somehow what they're doing is affecting this entire area. I could grab a few of my best mages, and we could probably blanket the city and maybe a few other areas. But like the entire continent, this whole region, no.
How widespread is this shit? Like, where is the?
What'd you say? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
He said the whole continent. How widespread is the temperature dropping?
You don't know. That's the terrifying part.
How far away are the dwarves? Maybe we could ask them real quick if we send them a message like, "Hey, what's the temperature like there? Is it changing?"
They're underground. They have their own insulated heaters. They're not going to notice this.
Well, hey, let's ask Rowan real quick. Like, what's the temperature like in the capital? Maybe like if it's happening there, we'll have like how far this reaches. Oh wait a minute, yeah, I got sent to Rowan. I'll ask him real quick.
I'll just. Is Nox?
Yeah. Quick question: what has the temperature been dropping in the capital over the last few weeks?
A little. Why is that bad?
Consistently, like dropping unnaturally fast.
Well, I wasn't thinking about it until you said so.
Fuck. Oh, dude. If Stolichnia gets even colder, their people are probably gonna, if we don't stop this shit, Stolichnia might just become Antarctic. Which means no bears.
Also, Lita, Gabrielle, well, go ahead.
If this is such a problem, just pitching this idea. We're preparing to fortify this city in particular for the elves to arrive. Do we know which direction they're coming from? What if we go to them?
Oh, we follow the cold back?
If we could, Well, we could. That is not a bad idea. Well, that is not a bad idea. We also risk running directly into temperatures that are much colder and an army of devils.
How the hell are the elves being insulated against this?
You don't know, and you don't know. The amount of things that you actually do know about this elf army, you can count on one hand.
Wait a minute.
Out of character, the necromancer's with them, so they probably got a bunch of undead walkers with them.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Oswin...
Mm-hmm.
I remember Oswin saying something about how he can teleport anywhere he wants, right?
As long as he's got a there.
I can.
Yeah. I have an idea.
Technically, I don't even need a circle. The circle just makes the whole process much easier, and I can take more people with me when I do.
I have an idea. A terrible idea.
We launch a nuke devil.
Transport to the middle of the army with a grenade and then leave.
I love
yes.
I love terrible ideas, Lita Ford.
Yes.
They make me rich.
Not a grenade. Cocaine hippos.
No. Here's what we do. We want to put a dent in their army. We want to put a dent in their morale.
The plague?
No.
Oh. You never let me unleash the plague.
2 plagues?
The bloodborne plague? I will make werewolves a thing again.
We teleport Enzo into the middle of the field and have him cast Hunger of Flesh. Feed!
You don't even technically need Enzo to do that. You could you could cast that spell into one of your runes, probably.
Like, okay, yeah, we were gonna do that anyway, but thanks for giving us permission.
Mm-hmm.
To the idea of attacking them first.
Mm-hmm.
The logistics of moving the entire army there is kind of a pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm.
We need the A-team.
What if we built... Talking out loud here, this might sound crazy.
A giant wooden badger.
We know they've got devils, right?
Yes. It also stands to reason that if they are doing this, they must also have some way to protect themselves from it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That being said,
mm-hmm.
we know they use magic, and we know that they're not. We know that they're not doing anything. That, in theory, we could teleport in.
Mm-hmm. Teleporting in might be possible. Teleporting out is going to be the difficult part.
I'm stealing a plot point from a terrible fucking movie, and I don't care. We build a high-yield device.
And then we send Will Smith
a holy bomb. Combining magic and sanctifying it. So when it goes off, it does holy damage, but also fucks them up royal.
You want to build a holy nuclear bomb?
You know how we have technically set off a nuke before when the Dream Realms. What was that thing, that necklace thing? What was that made out of when we blew that up? When we killed
that was a dream. You have no idea.
I know, but
however,
logic. So like,
but okay. I know the spell exists in 5e. I don't know if it exists in Pathfinder.
If it's a good enough plan, I'll allow it.
But it's got to make sense.
What if we built a device that we could teleport in? We have it set up with enough magic and runes that it delays it, that when it lands, it goes off. And it casts a single mass spell.
That does what?
Meteor swarm.
Osmond hears this and a very wicked grin crawls across his face.
Because just think about it, boys!
Holy meteors!
Just think about it! We get all the witch hunters to bless the living shit out of this. And then it goes off. And literally, this will put a dent in their fucking plan, because even if it doesn't kill all of them, or doesn't kill the army, imagine this. Suddenly this thing lands, bam, goes off. The fuck was that? Like, okay, there's nothing happening, and then they look up, and there's fucking Genova just cruising down at Mach 5.
And hopefully if it's holy and that the devil that's, like, making it cool, maybe he'll get a black eye or some shit.
Yeah. Because even then, like, yeah.
I would like to point out that the guy dressed in clown makeup is cackling in his seat like an actual insane mad clown at this idea.
I'm jumping out the window.
And it's very loud and very obnoxious.
This isn't a posse.
Hold on, was it Meteor Swarm is the spell specifically? Pathfinder does have that. Let's see.
Yeah. I looked up all the 9th level spells for Pathfinder just so that I know what the elves can throw at you.
So yeah, we fucking throw Meteor Swarm.
How do we make it bigger then? Because it says it's only got a 40 foot radius.
You would need to have more than one. That's how you make it bigger. You need to have a bunch
of these.
Mm-hmm.
And we mass teleport them in across different locations in Vizima. So when they go off, one goes off, bam, and basically we fucking hammer the living shit out of these fuckers.
Man, if only we had a
might I suggest
tactical them from orbit.
Might I suggest something else? You were worried about the river freezing. Mm-hmm. We cannot teleport these to Vizima because the best of us have tried to failed to both see, get in, and many things in Vizima. However, if they have to reach the river eventually and it's going to freeze over, why not just have the meteor storm hit them as they're crossing it? Because then that way, when the ice breaks, one of two things happen: they either fall into the water, or they just get caught in an explosion,
and or the water is going to be jagged and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Working on that. However, we're talking about taking the fight to them.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, if we can kill the devil, if we can send the devil back to hell that's causing this, maybe we don't have to worry so much about the cold anymore.
Just to remind you, the way that Samael told you to get rid of the devil army is you can't kill the devil who's commanding them, because that's beyond you guys. You need to kill the contract holder, and you don't know who that is.
So it'd be blind
if
we hit him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're all, whoever the summoner is, he's obviously making his way up north because he's if the temperatures are starting to slow down, he's on the move. So we'll know eventually he's going to be outside our gates in that army. So instead of blind teleporting, whenever they get closer, we're going to know where they're at. Maybe in the midst of it, we take them out, and then all of a sudden the warm temperature will show up, and then all the elven army will start burning because they'll have a bunch of cold stuff, and we'll still have.
That's why I'm suggesting setting this off at the river, because regardless of wherever they are, in order to get to us, they will have to cross this point eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And even if they still somehow regroup and figure out a way to get to us, there's still 17 miles of distance of open land between them and us, and we also still have a sniper's nest along the ridge there.
We can't directly teleport. We can't directly teleport into Vizima.
No.
Mm-hmm.
What about around it?
Around is fine, but the closest any of us have ever been able to get to it, there's nothing there.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So we need something that can get into Vizima.
Mm-hmm.
You can't teleport anything in, right?
No.
That doesn't mean you can't throw something in.
How are you suggesting we get anyone close to throw some of these in? Lita, if I may ask, what is that?
It's a firecracker.
Firecracker.
Is that based on one of the drawings that Malediction gave you?
No, this is something I bopped on way early. We build a rocket.
So what are you suggesting?
Malediction, pull up October Sky on your phone.
Yes! We will learn... Was it Jake Gyllenhaal or Tobey Maguire that was in that?
Jake, I think.
Yeah. We will learn from one of the Gyllenhaals.
I've never seen that movie.
You ever seen October Sky, dude?
It's really good.
No, I haven't.
Surprisingly good.
Also, the
Okay.
dad is like one of the dad, like, he's just like a normal dick, and you're like, really, my dude? Really?
And
You'd
at the
rather
very
him
end-
be doing coal?
Oh, dude, the very end of that movie.
Mhm.
I like the teacher.
Yeah.
He was always nice.
Oh, yeah. Teacher was great. I like the dad's turnaround at the very end.
And that's the thing. Every time I see that actor, I always say, oh, yeah, it's the dad from October Sky, no matter what he's in.
Yeah. So literally, we just built a bunch of fireworks, launched them in, because even if they destroy them midair, it still will set off the spell,
Mm-hmm.
and they still have fucking spells raining down on them. We don't actually have to get to Vizima. We just have to get within throwing distance.
Well,
If we're going to do this, then we're going to need to do this. If we're going to do this, then we're going to need to do it fast because we're going to need to do it fast because we have no idea what's going on in Vizima, and we have no idea how ready they are to be on the move.
Yeah. So while we're working on, okay. So just to recap, Burchill and Sariel are going to be negotiating with the Stolichnians for winter supplies and gear.
Sariel is going to be going to Stolichnia. Burchill has to remain here in order to make sure everything's over. And actually, on that note, okay.
Well, no, she's going to be talking directly, and I imagine it's going to be like it's going to basically be like it's going to be like Burchill sitting in like his Wall Street office, just totally no, do this, just like.
Mm-hmm.
And so
I'll be there talking, I'll be there to be the person and possible translator if need be.
Yeah, like I said, Sariel can speak Stolichnian, so it's no problem for her.
What's that line from? What's the opening of Star Trek Beyond, where Kirk is trying to talk to the little aliens? And it's just like, no, it's an offering of peace. They want to eat our children. What? No.
What? No, that's not what they want. That's not what they said.
Sariel comes back. Good news, guys. Oh, we have to worry about Okay, bad news, guys. We couldn't negotiate with the Stolichnians. Oh my god, that's terrible. What's the worst news? We're now at war with Stolichnia.
Why is that a good thing?
All right. So, but yeah, actually, on that note, Ken, one very important question. So, you're going to send Sariel to Stolichnia to negotiate for winter gear and other stuff. Who under your command are you going to send to Erebor to buy the weapons? It's a relatively simple affair, but you're still going to need to send somebody to do that, to oversee the transaction.
We need Chara here.
Isn't he already
Do you want him here?
I mean, what is he doing right now specifically?
Right now he's just awaiting your command and overseeing the things that are here. If you want to send him to Erebor, he'll go.
I was assuming you would be helping with the runes situation in the city, right?
Yeah, you're helping with that.
Yeah.
I feel like Chara knows enough about business to deal with the dwarves.
It's like, oh yes, Mr. Van Hofferman. I'm sure he'll do just fine, as long as it's a simple transaction and the dwarves get what they paid for. The greedy motherfuckers. I'm sure everything will be just fine.
Imagine Chara.
There's sarcasm in that.
Mm-hmm.
Chara's got one of the dwarves' heads in a door. You give me weapons.
More likely scenario is that Chara gets to Erebor. He's in addition to buying weapons from the dwarves, he starts selling them drugs.
Good news, Lita. I got all of Erebor hooked on skooma. Why?
How's that a good thing? How is that a good thing?
Because instead of paying them with money, we can pay. Because instead of paying them with money, we can pay them with drugs.
It's like the fucking scene from Archer. Have you tried cocaine?
I feel like
I don't know why this line came. I don't know why this line came to mind because it's not the Kingpin, it's John Mulaney. But I gave you more money than the Civil War cost, and you spent it already.
All right. So, as the DM, just let me make sure I have all of this in my head. So you're going to send Sariel with a magic phone to Stilichnia to negotiate for more winter gear. You're sending Shara back to Erebor to purchase more weapons, since you're going to be diverting your own smiths to making stovepipes and heating implements for the buildings and tents you have here.
And we're gonna be chopping down a shit ton of firewood.
That too.
Which you have available. While that is going on, you are going to be having some mages insulate the pipes with runes so that they do not freeze and purify the water. And you're also going to be it's a bad thing Enzo's not here because he'd probably be the one to weigh in on this. But you somehow need to get the church and the mages to work together in order to produce holy firecrackers that produce meteor swarm when they detonate.
Yes.
Should we really play
and
that
actually,
that
I
early?
don't know, like, yeah, we'll need to wait for run that by Enzo because I mean, I feel like the answer should be simple. Of just put your differences aside for a few months or however long war goes.
Because Osmond's going to bring this up. It's just like if this really is something you want to do, this means in order to get this to work, literally at all, you're going to need to convince some of your clerics from the Church of Eternal Fire to work with some of my mages. Two groups who have been indoctrinated for decades.
All you need is separate parts and then a third person to put them all together.
But the knowledge that they'll be working together to make this thing that still might not sit well with them, and we're just
why would we tell them? Why don't we have the mages work on the holy aspect, or the mages work on the explosive aspect, and the clerics work on the holy, and then say the actual engineers put together the rocket?
It's like you're forgetting that both groups in different ways are magically inclined, and amongst people who can send messages telepathically, word travels very fast. All it takes is one person to find out what they're doing for everyone to know.
Then we'll have to. Then we will run this through Enzo, and he will parlay with his groups. In the meanwhile,
I mean, we're already working.
In order to get this purification thing going sooner rather than later, you are going to send your best and brightest mages to me and Lady Gabrielle here, and we're going to teach them how to make the runes. One problem at a time.
Oh yeah, were we still gonna try to build? Oh, John's gonna. Are we gonna? What about the river? Were we still wanting to dam that if it's gonna freeze? Not the big part, but like the more narrower ones. Because if it's gonna freeze anyway, at least it'll have an obstacle instead of something they just walk on.
I will cross that bridge when we get to it, I think.
A nice bridge.
Sorry, internet worked for a very brief second. Did I miss anything?
Well, we're all dead. Enzo casts Hunger of Agathis on us, even though he's T-posing.
I just had a horrifying thought cross through my brain, and I don't want to think about it any longer.
We send the bombs filled with the hunger spell.
No. Mm-hmm. That's an idea with legs, though.
Mm-hmm.
No. Just gonna throw this horrifying thought out here for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
What would happen if Enzo cast Hunger of Flesh on Lita's unborn child?
Ah!
You've seen Alien, right?
Do it. Do it.
No.
You know those weird beliefs
in the corner of the fucking baseball bat going, I knew it, I was right.
Yeah, it's like, you know those weird beliefs that malediction has about children? You'll just prove them right.
Man.
Yeah.
Alright, so
if these if these firecrackers are, they could cause the meteor spell, is it possible for them to do the hunger of flesh spell?
I'll run that by Enzo.
I'm gonna tell you as the DM, no, that's not impossible. However, for that to work, they have to target specifically people, not devils, and they have to make a saving throw.
Because devils are immune to that army of the elves.
Yeah, because devils are immune to that kind of magic, whereas Holy Meteor Swarm, that's a holy explosion that will kill them.
And you got a whole army.
Okay, for this case, I don't know, why not both?
Mm-hmm.
That's for that image you put with the eating.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I mean, you could produce both, but like, which one are you gonna send against them, the elves first? The Holy Meteor Swarm or the Hunger of Flesh?
I don't know if we should tap our hand early on everything we have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, should we save the meteor thing for later? Because if they realize, oh, we got this spell, they might take precautions against it once they get to our doorstep.
Yeah.
Maybe more conventional, like spells that just cause havoc. Like, as I said, we could release a bunch of plagues into the city with these rockets.
Yeah, but there's innocent civilians also in these cities, so.
Yeah, it's
in Vizima, not anymore.
Yeah, they're all zombies
also,
now.
Also, devils are immune to biological effects,
but not the elves.
Oh god, I just had a terrible idea.
Bloodborne?
Oh dear god!
I can do it.
No. Grant, Mike, this is for you.
For me.
Welcome to Dubai, gentlemen.
Wait, no. How are we going to cause desertification on a massive scale like that?
No. We got to clear the road. Want to feel like heroes?
Hey, and Nox, you do know that they work against devils. You blew one up in a devil's face, and it worked.
I know, but should we I thought we were gonna wait till they were here on the battle steps to realize, oh, they got shit we don't know about. But if we start sitting against their city, I don't know. Well, wait. If we wait till wintertime before setting off the white phosphor and it's snowing, they won't know that they're getting burned alive until it happens.
Well, we can also just fill these rockets with a bunch of explosive runes, and then when they go off, they basically just like, it's raining coins. What the fuck? And then all of a sudden, bap, 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 bap.
The thing is, if we teleport this squad who's got these rockets, they're probably not coming back. This is all because they're going to be that close to the enemy, and after setting off that, probably not going to survive.
That is definitely a risk. Also consider this. If we're teleporting them that close, there's a chance they might run into elven magic users who might be able to prevent them from teleporting away.
Ooh, I just had a wonderful idea. Remember how Ken had us do that one mission with the Suicide Squad, and we went in and rescued the bird dude? What if we send in our and we have a special session where we go behind enemy lines and start fucking shut up in Vizima?
Oh gee, it's almost as if you spent the entire last session putting together an ideal team of people who could do that.
Well, we're talking a Suicide Squad. We're not talking sending.
Yeah. Yeah, what if we do that? What if we get a Suicide Squad together, and they'll be exempt from the war or something, or like criminals, set off a bunch of bombs against this, and we play that in person when we come to my house?
Are you Oswin is going to start cackling again. Are you suggesting we send criminals to the front lines of the war to do the shit that our regular soldiers wouldn't do?
I mean, if they get a pardon and they don't have to be in the rest of this war, that'd be a good... I'd take that if I was on death row.
I knew I loved you guys the instant I saw you. I knew there was potential.
Don't touch me.
I'm glad I came to Syria.
Yeah, what if we do that instead of leaving it up to NPC hands? If we did it all in person, if we Like if we actually played out the this guerrilla warfare plan, Zach.
Yeah, that would. Yeah.
No, this begs the
dice.
No, this begs the question, though. Where are you going to get these criminals from, and how are you going to get them, and how are you going to make sure that they'll follow your orders?
Roll up our own NPCs that are in jail? Or roll up characters in jail with reasons?
So you're actually suggesting that we do a one-shot where you guys play as these people?
Well, it was an idea. I mean, I thought it'd be fun instead of just having it happen off-screen. It's up to you guys, though, if you want to go through all that BS.
I mean, I did have an idea where like you guys would play as a mission of some of the named NPCs that I came up with, but if you want to create your own Magic Suicide Squad or whatever, I'm down for that if that's what you guys want to do. However, that does still, even if you guys are coming up with them though, you do still got to figure that out now. Where are you getting these criminals, and how are you going to get them here, and how are you going to get them to follow your orders? Because that's all stuff that's going to come into play if we do that session.
I mean, just do what Walla does for the Suicide Squad. If you survive, time off your sentence.
And if you try to defect, your head will explode.
I mean, there are magic ways of doing that.
Yeah.
And we get characters that absolutely hate elves. We can't have any sympathizers, so we get people that have been... Wait! What about some of the assholes that we didn't kill but put away from what's his name? The fucking Vince McMahon.
Butchers?
Or yeah, the butchers too. What if we take these assholes that we haven't killed, the ones that are like clearly racist, but like, all right, we'll make sure you guys get out of jail and like leave the war. All you have to do is kill some elves, and they'll be like, fuck yeah.
So basically, all the enemies that all of you guys have fought along the way to get here, who were so racist that you could not work with them, you're giving them a chance.
Yes.
I mean, would they sympathize with demons and elves if they hate them so much?
Probably not.
Worst case scenario for us, they die.
Yeah.
Because if they survive, they're just going back to prison.
Yeah, but who were the ones causing the riots earlier, back when we were still dealing with Anslin?
Those were the insurgents.
I know, but I mean like the dudes that were going into the ghettos and just beating the shit out of random elves.
Those were the Knights of Anslin.
Yeah, those were a mix of the Knights of Anslin, the Knights of Lupton, and the Witch Hunters.
Yeah, I mean, like
who I now have command over.
Yeah, but surely out of those groups, you've had to let some go because they tried to resign or something. Maybe we could find those dudes, or you put them on disciplinary action.
I mean, that would not be impossible. The next question there is convincing them to work with you, because all of those guys, they hate you.
Yeah, we drug their asses
and kidnap their families.
Oh, okay. Well, no, we're not going to... yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A quote from a terrible, terrible sitcom that I loved as a kid comes to mind. That's crossing the line. We're not terrorists. We're serial killers. The lies widespread floppy.
I mean, if we are just saying some Knights of Anslin, well, just to summarize it...
Yeah, that's an option if we want to do it like in person or something. Yeah. But if we just wanted this on screen, we could do that.
Here's the other.
In the middle of this conversation, suddenly you watch something's happening. But in the middle of this conversation, suddenly you all watch as Osmond goes, Sorry about that. Somebody was trying to peek in. Luckily, I was here.
Son of a bitch! Really here?
Mm-hmm.
That reminds me.
I thought we had these places warded when we had these talks.
Not all of these places. Not all these places.
Maybe we should move this to a warded area when we're having...
Wait a minute. Lita did say whenever we have a meeting, there should be somebody on staff to be here just in case this kind of thing happened.
Well, we got the clown.
Well, Also, you and Gabrielle can do it.
For ourselves.
Like, if they're trying to scry in a room, you can cancel the effect.
If you roll enough to notice.
I did once.
Mm-hmm. Well, luckily for you guys right now, Osmond was here, so he took care of it for you.
Okay, good.
Anyway.
At least they don't know about our rocket plans yet.
Also, warding rooms against scrying takes time, and you just gave out the order, so yeah, that's not done yet.
Well, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the Jade Charms.
You only have one of those.
Gotta make more then.
Those are incredibly difficult to make, and there's you guys only have one.
Okay, better. Okay. So I think we've all got our marching orders.
All right.
Except for you, Oswin.
Don't worry. I know what I need to do.
No, you don't. Here's your marching orders.
Mm-hmm.
Those Jade Charms that we discussed.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. I'll get to you on those.
Yes, and Lita says this.
Mm-hmm.
I want 3 dozen in 48 hours.
I'll make it happen. And then after that, I'll gather my best mages together, ones who are capable of casting Meteor Swarm, and I'll see what they think about this.
Also, send your best and brightest to me and Gabrielle. They have to learn.
Done. And with that, with a flash of purple light, Osmond is gone.
You know what's funny? If we're sending in a Suicide Squad who have never used magic before, but it's like they're all right, here's these magical weapons, go and use them. All
right, so, you all have your marching orders. Osmond is gone. So how about for right now, we take a quick bathroom break, and then when we get back, we'll get to the bare knuckle boxing tournament.
Oh god, I forgot about that. I was too busy thinking of winter.
Oh, just as a heads up, I will be leaving sharply at 4 o'clock my time.
Okay.
Which is next in 1 hour.
No, it's in 4.
Alright, pause. Recording.
Alright, so.
But Zach's
a day has... Yeah. That's okay, I'm just doing narration. A day has passed. You guys have had your emergency war council meeting when Burchill brought up the sudden need for winter gear. That's all been resolved. You've given up your marching orders. But Sariel and Chara have been given horses and escorts from the Scarlet Knights actually, and are being escorted to Stilichnia and Erebor respectively. But that's not important right now. Right now is the time to watch people beat the shit out of each other. And so all of you, for fun, are brought out to the army tents and to the space in the middle where the two factions meet. Because yeah, like the way it's set up, it's just like there's the Syrian side, there's the Scar and Guardian side, and then there's this nice little dividing line in the middle where they're separate but equal.
I thought I heard you say
they've constructed
the Arby tents.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, they have constructed a makeshift ring there. It's not really much. They just dug out a sand pit, and then they just have people standing outside of it so no one interferes. And there's also no chairs either, so all of you have to stand and watch. So, which sucks for some of the people who are short. Looking at you, Lita. Unless she stands in front, which, since she's field marshal, they'd probably allow her to. But yes, today is the day of the finals between the two sides, who will then fight each other, and then malediction. And as this begins, tension hangs in the air, and then suddenly, with a flash of purple light, the clown appears again.
Ah!
It's like, hello. We all know why we're here, and I know that none of you, even the people on my side, the people that work for me, are here to see me ramble on. So with that said, let's just cut the bullshit and get ready to rumble. he actually applies thaumaturgy to his voice as he says that.
Dear God.
And it's at this point that the fighters come out. No introductions are necessary because everybody on both sides know them, even if you guys don't. To introduce them in order, first off, we have General Radon, who, outside of his armor, he's still got that Robert Baratheon look going for him. He's got the big bushy beard, but like outside of his armor, he hasn't got much in the way of stomach muscles. He's got the whole dad bod thing going, but his biceps are thick. Like he could probably just crush somebody under his elbow with those. And yeah, he's just standing there cracking his knuckles, ready for a fight. And then also on his side with him is Rock, who stands much taller than Radon. Like I'd say 7'10", 7'11", very dark skin. And like outside of his armor, you guys can see like he's got no hair of any kind on his head. And when I say dark skinned, I think black, not necessarily tanned. And actually, Grant, roll me a... Actually, yeah, this would be a profession check.
Huh?
Yeah, like specifically you.
Which profession? The chemical or the monster?
Just roll me a profession check.
Alright.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Profession, where are you? There we go.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 24.
All right. From your time hunting monsters and just looking at this guy, look how big he is and the way he's proportioned. Getting a closer look, you start to think there might be a bit of giant in his blood.
A Goliath?
Because he's bigger than pretty much every other soldier.
Huh. So literally Goliath, as long as he's not some little dude with a sling.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, like despite being much bigger than him, Radon's just looking at this as like, yeah, come on, let's do this. Let's see if...
Well, the old dude can control gravity.
We shall see. On the other side of things, you see this guy who he a bit more resembles the Mountain from Game of Thrones before he turned into a zombie. But yeah, you don't know his name. But also on the other side, Grant, I believe, again, you're the only person who this guy would be familiar to. But okay. This is the face you see.
Oh, he's here.
Yeah, he is.
Dude, we haven't seen him since like 4 years ago when we started this game.
And now he's back.
Yeah, this dude helped me again. Whenever we were, the elves were everywhere. We helped save you guys from the one elf dude.
Just like, and as you recall those memories, Osmond speaks. It's like
you have to meet up with him in my actual like face whenever this is all over.
It's like,
even Burchill is afraid.
He's like,
well, yeah, you guys all met him. He was there with me whenever I saved you from the one dude.
He's like,
I was just playing a joke because Burchill looks like Speedwagon.
I know, I remember because you got the fancy hat.
Yes. This is like, as we are hosting this glorious event here in Syria, the host country will be permitted to go first. In the right corner, representing the Red Scars, General Radon. Yeah! He puts his arm up and everyone starts cheering for him. He's clearly the fan favorite. Radon! And in the left corner, standing 7'11" is tall and weighing in creator knows how many pounds. Representing the 4 is the Rock. Yeah. And Rock, by contrast, he just seems incredibly calm. He's just walking into the ring like it's a good day. And as the two get in the two get in the ring, like Osmond steps out of the way, just gives the sign for the two to show respect, and they just go up and shake hands, Predator style. Whoever is so inclined, roll perception.
Can I roll reverse perception and not roll?
Okay.
Perception, I could do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty low. That's a total of 26.
Okay. All right. So you do see Ibradan say something to Rock, but you don't hear what it is, just because everyone's shouting. So the red die is for General Radon. The white die is for the Rock. Whichever one rolls the higher number wins the fight. Place your bet. If you want to bet on this match, place your bets now before I roll.
Nah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 50-50 shot.
So I just quickly scroll through Twitter, limited run games, April Fool's joke, Night Trap on Game Boy Advance.
Oh, it is April
Nice.
Fool's. Shit, okay.
Yep.
Thanks for reminding me. I'm staying off the internet until this day's over.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, OSP put out a cover of Wonderwall.
Mm-hmm.
As a joke?
Gino Samuel
Yeah.
Gino Samuel put out a new part of the Christian documentary where it's the good ending, where he turns his life around and loses weight and gets married.
Jacksepticeye put out an ASMR montage.
Yeah. Well, OSP put out
April Fool's Day.
OSP put out Wonderwall, but it's like, today is going to be the day that the walls of Troy fall on you.
Mm-hmm.
Alexa Kid put out a video where she summarizes an anime that she made up about Jenga.
Alright, so no one's betting? So okay. Red die, Radon. White die, Rock. Let's see who wins.
I'm managing this whole betting thing, so all total bets I take 5% of.
Well, yes, but I'm doing
the finances. I mean, sure, a lot of the money's coming from the king, but at the same time, probably gambling is not a good idea right now.
But yeah, I'm just asking the party if they want to bet.
I lose money probably. I rolled for shit. Whatever.
Well, forget rolling right now. Just I'm asking if you want to bet.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
I just assumed you rolled first.
Black or red?
No, just
choose. You're a fighter.
So yeah, red or white, you choose. White is the Rock.
E?
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah, I would probably go with the Rock.
Okay. So let's
The Rock
and
versus Starscourger's on.
So, and silence from Mike, so I'm guessing Malediction's not betting. So let's see. Okay. So, with little to no fanfare, the fight is on as Radon holds up his fist in a classic boxing stance, while the Rock just stands there at first and just waits for him to move. Then Radon comes out with a flurry of punches, and befitting someone who might have Giant's blood in them, Rock is just able to tank hit after hit after hit. He's a big guy. He's a big guy. He's a big guy. He's got big muscles, and he's able to give out just as good as he can get.
Well, his muscles literally got rocks in them.
It's like, and it goes on like this for a while. And watching General Radon fight, he is a tough motherfucker. Even taking hits from somebody as big and powerful as the Rock, he's able to keep standing. But yeah, it just goes on like that, like a classic boxing match. And however, as skilled as the general is, the Rock is just bigger and able to tank much more hits than he is. And with one last powerful swing of his fist, the general gets knocked down. Winner! The Rock! Congratulations, Charlie. We don't need to worry about numbers, but you win.
Yay, money!
And the house takes 5%.
The rich keep getting richer, of course.
Mm-hmm. All right.
5% of that goes to Lita.
Mm-hmm. All right, so fight number 1 of the finals is out of the way. As as Radon is shaken back awake, he walks over the rock, and the two of them just give a sign of respect for a good fight. Yes, the general may have lost, but he still knows how to show respect.
Good.
And his soldiers love him for that too.
So
But
this
it's not.
guy, like,
But they're
the Rock, he doesn't talk at all. He's just big and stoic and just doesn't say anything.
Yeah, he's not saying a thing. In fact, his facial expression has never once changed for the entire fight.
Is he like the dude in Primal Season 2, the big dude?
I haven't seen Primal Season 2, so I can't tell you that.
Yeah, there's literally a giant and dude that sounds just like what you described.
He's actually based off of Hawkeye Gull from Dark Souls. I tried to imagine what he would look like without his armor.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the two of them are cleared from the arena, and Jonathan Joestar and the mountain guy walk in. He's like,
Jonathan!
In the right corner, representing the First Legion, we have Godfroy of the House of Kuzland. Yeah! And in the left corner, representing the Skarn Guardian Church of the Creator, Sir Jonathan Starman. Yeah!
Woo!
Anyone want to place bets on this fight? It's like red for Godfroy, right for Jonathan.
Yeah, maybe I'll put a little down for my old friend.
All right.
Just to be loyal from someone literally my first session met.
Mm-hmm.
And here you go, John. This is who Grant's talking about. The note, this dude's like 20 feet tall.
Yeah, like when you compare, he's like bigger than the T-Rex.
Oh no, not this guy. Mm-hmm. But okay, so only Nox is betting. The fight begins. They're Skarn Guardians, and the fight begins.
The only reason I'm betting is because I know the dude.
Mm-hmm. It's like, Grant, Sir Jonathan Starman, he's a paladin. Mm-hmm. So you know that when he punches with the fury of God on his side.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what allows him, even though this Godfrey guy has a distinct height and muscle advantage on Jonathan Joestar, he is able to take him out with his own version of the Sunlight Yellow Overdrive.
Hell yeah, that's my old buddy. I'll talk to him later when I look like myself.
Mm-hmm. It's like, so yeah, that's out of the way, and so with that, some clerics walk in and heal up the contestants, and so Osmond steps into the ring again, and now, the moment we've all been waiting for, the reason all of us are here, to answer the age-old question that many of us have been asking since before all of us here, I dare say, were even born. Syria and Skarngard, who is better? Let's not waste any more time, shall we? Representing Syria, area, and the four, the rock. Yeah. Syrians just erupted a flurry of cheers. Representing Skarngard of the Skarn Guardian Church of the Creator, Sir Jonathan Starman. Yeah. So.
Hey, Lita, remember that dude? He helped me save you guys way back when.
Thought he looked familiar.
And actually, as he says that, Lita, you do remember him from that very first session when you met the Emperor and Nox first showed up. He showed up with this guy.
Good times. I came out of the shadows and lit the dude that was monologuing to you on fire.
and also, Lita, since you're managing the betting, there is so much betting going on right now with this fight that it's actually very difficult to keep track of. because everybody wants their guy to win, especially since it will show up the other side this time.
All Lita can think is, money.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes the money.
Money.
You just got Lita.
But does anyone want to bet on this last fight?
Yeah, I'll bet a little.
I'll bet on Rock.
All right, so the two of you are. So you're betting on your boy, and you're betting on your boy. So one of you is going to lose.
And whoever loses, then we'll fight later to determine who's better. Like, your guy beat my guy. Oh, yeah?
One of you is a woman, so I don't know if that would be okay.
Batman's fists are equal opportunity.
Mm-hmm. That is true. He has punched women before. All right, so I'm going to say red for Rock for Syria, and white for Starman for, and just cause. So the fight. So the fight begins. Things look hairy in the beginning, and pretty much even. It's actually in a way kind of hard to hear anything that's happening over the constant cheering from both sides. Like, but
ole, 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 ole.
So, more like a lot of swears, various chants of just like knock that motherfucker down, to just pounds like get that the Syrians are a bitch, get him, Jonathan. But
and of course all the vuvuzelas.
You know what? Sure, yes, all the vuvuzelas. Where they got vuvuzelas, I'll just leave up to your imagination.
The soccer fans, of course.
But soccer doesn't exist in this world.
They found a way. They're always there.
Right. But yeah, malediction, I imagine you're paying attention.
Wait, soccer doesn't exist? I swear Burchill, when talking to that one dwarf guy when they were watching football, he told him about the coward sport from his home country.
Well, okay, we'll say soccer exists, but it's not a national sport yet. If you'd like to make it the national sport, that'd be a thing to do later.
We're gonna stomp it where it stands.
But yeah, malediction. I hope you're paying attention, because one of these two you're going to fight next.
All right.
So the fight goes on, and with the spirit of their countries behind them, both Rock and Jonathan are able to just tank hit after hit after hit. And like, the Rock is so much of a bigger guy than Jonathan, but just through sheer force of willpower, he's able to remain standing. Like, Nox, you even see Jonathan get a tooth knocked out.
Oh, I'll heal that for him later.
Well, I mean, they got clerics on standby. He'll be fine.
Okay.
Also, he's a paladin. He can heal himself.
All right, yeah.
But yeah, like, Jonathan just does what he can. He tries going for the solar plexus, does nothing. He does nothing. Like, he dodges a punch from Rock and counters with a direct blow to his head. Rock doesn't even flinch, and it just goes on like that. As like Jonathan tries to hit this guy with everything he has, trying to find some sort of weak spot, but the Rock has nothing. But eventually.
Hit him in the balls and twist that dick.
No, that's not allowed here. and eventually, what this comes down to, it looks as if the Rock might win, as like Jonathan gets in close, but like he's been hit so much and he's a bit dizzy, so he misses his punch as the Rock just grabs him in a bear hug and just holds him up off of his feet. And he's just squeezing him, waiting for him to yield. But then something unexpected happens. Mm-hmm. Rather than yield, Jonathan headbutts the Rock in the face again and again, and he just keeps doing this until the Rock falls backwards, and he lets go, and he falls out of his hands.
No way!
And it all falls aside. it all falls silent, as neither of them move. And we wait to see which one of them will rise first. However, while the Rock may have indeed been a strong opponent, he did not have the power of the Creator on his side.
Yeah!
And it is Sir Jonathan Starman who stands victorious.
Woo!
Much and everyone is silent. The Syrians especially. The winner, Sir Jonathan Starman of the Scarring Guardian Church of the Creator. And the Scarring Guardians just erupt in a flurry of cheers. And some of the on-site security has to hold some of the Syrians back because many of them are starting to throw things.
Oh, God,
Nothing has turned violent yet.
They are soccer fans. We win. Let's riot.
No, we lose. Let's riot.
Well, yeah, they win.
Damn
They
it, that
riot.
the
They
team-
lose. They riot.
God damn it, that the team primary fans.
But that was actually kind of a fun way to win, like just bashing their heads together. I'm like, that'd be awesome to see in person.
But yeah, congratulations, Knox. You win.
Yeah,
Charlie, I'm
Gabrielle,
sorry, but your boy
suck it.
lost. Your boy lost.
We'll fight later.
Oh
Your
well,
honor.
there'll be other fights in the future probably.
And actually,
She slips a dagger between my ribs. Yeah, I'm totally graceful. Starts twisting.
and actually, in the midst of all the shouting and the chaos, you watch as the Rock wakes up, and in a true act of chivalry that you have not actually seen since both sides have got here, you watch as Jonathan helps the Rock up.
Strong dude.
And actually in the process does lay on hands as the two of them touch to heal his wounds and get him back on his feet.
Woo!
Like, what?
I said woo.
Oh, I thought you said boo.
No,
Like, why would you
woo!
boo that?
With a W. Woo!
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If I was booing, I'd be saying boo earns.
But yeah, like seeing this, everything falls silent again, and the Rock, without saying anything, he just does this, and Jonathan seems a little confused, but he repeats the gesture in kind as the Rock walks away in defeat, and a cleric walks up, sees to him, and another cleric just walks up in a scene to Jonathan.
Does the Rocks like?
And
does the Rocks like doing that? Does that remind me of a certain culture or anything?
Rowan, do you have any knowledge checks that would apply to this?
I don't know.
Does
I
anyone?
I worked with with a lot of people over the years fighting monsters, but like,
Well,
this is giant, but he seems like a tribe.
This wouldn't necessarily be a profession check. Like, I mean, you can try it, but it probably wouldn't get you anything.
Yeah, I just
Like,
wanna
if anyone has any
if
knowledge
it-
checks they
if
would
it
like to
feels
try.
Familiar.
Okay.
At the fight's over, after we'll just kind of present the Jonathan dude with the plaque.
Sure. How do you go about doing this?
I guess has to walk up with the plaque. Your winner and the international champion. What was his name?
Sir Jonathan Starman of the Scarring Guardian Church of the Creator.
I'll just Sir Jonathan Starman, and I'll hand him the plaque.
Yeah. And he doesn't even hold it up. He just accepts it humbly. He's like, and actually, as you give it to him, he just says, "Thank you for this honor, my lord."
You're welcome. And if you want, we could have your name engraved on that at a later date.
Oh, thank you. It's more than I deserve.
It's just a little token and I guess proof of your win.
Thank you, indeed. But yeah, Grant, what did you roll?
Oh, I didn't know if I was allowed to roll because you said it probably wouldn't work.
I said you could, but it might not have the knowledge you want.
Yeah, if it's not there, then it's probably something outside of like what I know. Then knowing he's giant,
Yeah.
that looks like some sort of like other culture thing he just did.
Mm-hmm.
That looked like monk shit.
And actually, Gabrielle, you would know. Actually, Gabrielle, you would know this. The Rock is one of your brother's traveling companions back when he was in the army, and even today, when all of them have given high honors, they're still a unit. And you've known the Rock for years. In that entire time, he's never once actually spoken. And the reason for this is when he was discovered, he has no tongue, so he's physically incapable of speaking. It was removed before he was discovered. So yeah, nobody actually knows anything about him.
Can he write?
What?
Can he write things?
He can, but he doesn't often. And even when people have asked him about him, like, he's reluctant to talk about his past.
So I bet even if we restored his tongue, he'd be like, just nod and not answer any questions still.
Mm-hmm. All right, so can you present the award? Malediction. You're up.
All right.
Before she heads into the ring.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. Like, before you head into the ring, do you or Lita or anyone want to do anything to prep for this, or just rile up the crowd?
Sadly, the prize Leo was offering was a night with like one of the girls of the Red Velvet Room. I don't think Jonathan Joestar's going to take a prostitute.
Yeah, I think he's already got a wife.
You don't know. You could ask.
Find out.
He'd be like, go ahead and send that girl to school.
Mm-hmm.
Lita will walk up to Malediction.
Mm-hmm.
And Lita is going to look her in the eye, and she's going to say, well, look her in the eye as best as possible.
Too far up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lita looks at Malediction and she says,
Uh-huh.
I'm going to give you the advice I gave you back in Erebor.
Jawohl.
Dominate.
Yes. Yes.
Show these motherfuckers who's really boss.
Oh, here I go killing again.
We had the Scarran Guardians versus the Syrians, and now we have the third party, the whatever country you came from.
I don't know where I came from.
I don't know. We're like you and I came from 3 continents over.
Yeah.
My name is Lita.
So
Yep.
Zach, as your fighter has now stepped into the ring, do you want to rile up the crowd, or do you want to leave that to the MC Oswin?
I'm gonna make you humble.
We welcome our mysterious from no country, our dominator Shang Tsung.
Yeah. Wait, look, I open
He's
up a
from the
portal to the...
Outwilds.
Your soul is mine.
Yeah.
Where do you
Lita!
come from? Night City.
Oh yeah, from Night City. Where's that? You
Yeah.
don't know.
Uh-huh.
They call it.
Wouldn't that make you from the Badlands then?
They call it California.
Wouldn't that make you from the Badlands then, Mike?
Probably.
Because yeah, you did take the nomad path, so you would be from the Badlands.
Lita basically just steps out.
Mm-hmm. Which, at this point now, I should say, it's common knowledge that you're very much pregnant.
Well, like...
I would hope so.
Fatty!
Or she's just fat.
Could
Stop
be.
eating bacon, fatty!
She's been fucking just filling her goddamn face for the last week right there. Like, those were supposed to go to the troops, Lita.
Well, somebody's gonna get beat with the punishment stick.
Okay. Fat fucking face!
It's like the South Park episode when the one lady's just eating all the rations meant for the starving kids.
Yeah.
I never saw that episode.
It's starving
That's
Marvin.
true.
It's like an early episode, like season 1 or 2.
Yeah, it's Starving Marvin.
And then
Starving
they
Marvin.
revisited it, and then they turned her into Jabba the Hutt. Oh no, teeny.
Oh yeah. Well, that was what the Mormons found out there was an entire group of people that never heard of God, so they wanted to send the Mormon fleet to fucking convert the tribe.
And Starving Marvin found the alien ship because the lions had eaten him.
Oh wait, no, that was they fought up the aliens, and the Mormons were just like, wait, there's an entire culture that has no concept of what God is? We can get in on this.
Pretty much.
But then the one lady that gives all the food, she for some reason had her own ships as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot. In a month, Casa Bonita reopens.
I
Casablanca.
forgot that was a real place.
Yeah, the food will actually be good this time.
Lies! Slander even.
No, the food was always shitty. You never went there for the food.
Hey, lies, I tell you.
Deception. Disgrace.
Anyway, Lita walks out.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations to all who participated in this event. Now, we move on to the final fight. Jonathan Starman has defeated many of his own countrymen and the forces of Syria, for which I applaud him. And I applaud the stern-heartedness, or I applaud the heartiness of the Skarn Guardian forces to have produced such a fighter as this. I think we can all take something from this. Well, let it not be understated the fact that the Syrians were able to get this far as well. Congratulations to you all. And now, as a final test of your strength, you must fight my champion. You've seen the best of Syria, and though we have been presented with the best of Skarngard, however, now you have to fight the best of House Ford.
It's like, just from the look on Jonathan's face, he seems a little bit apprehensive to do this, but he doesn't say anything.
Fucking wussy.
It's more chivalry than wickedness.
Pathetic piece of shit. Too cowardly.
And Lita, to kind of upsell.
Uh-huh.
Coming from nowhere, and yet everywhere. From the shadows and in the dark. I give you malediction.
Nobody cheers. Because nobody really knows who malediction is.
Travis dead.
Mm-hmm.
And Lita just kind of says,
To the gallows!
yes, my champion, my best fighter. Malediction.
Mm-hmm.
The destroyer of the storm.
Yahoo.
Malediction, do not forget to add that title to your character sheet. Because that is what these people will know you as from now on.
Wait, what's the title?
Destroyer of the storm.
Alright.
It's a subtle way of basically telling everybody, yeah, see her? She killed Tempest. Y'all suck.
And
And with that,
Mm-hmm.
Lita walks out of the arena.
It's like, as you do, malediction. Jonathan actually puts a hand to his chest and does a proper salute to you, and says, "Fight well, and may the Creator be with you."
uh-huh. You're not on any performance enhancements, right?
No.
Good. I wanted this to be a fair beating the shit out of each other fight.
Well, that I can give you, even if it is not in my nature to hit a woman, if I must.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Oh, Dixon, what are you doing? And she pulls out the steel chair.
Or
right.
out of nowhere!
Malediction. I need you to roll initiative.
You betrayed Sheba.
Cast reveal invisibility, nowhere for her to hide.
Okay.
Initiative +6. Okay. 24.
Damn,
24. This is weird. You tied.
Sudden death.
What's your dex? What's your dex?
22.
Okay, yeah, it's higher than he is. So we'll say that you can go first. Now, let me write this down so I can keep track of it. Actually, no. All right, so to keep this simple and to keep this from going on longer than it needs to, both of you get 30 hit points, and the damage you do is just going to be a D4 plus whatever your modifier is. I believe for you use Dex to attack.
Yes.
So yeah, it would be a D4 plus whatever your dexterity modifier is.
Yep, and I have my base attack.
Yeah. Yes. Well, your base attack is just a hit, not for damage.
Yep.
Yeah.
D4 plus dex. Got it. What the fuck?
I will also say, even though you have reduced hit points and in a way reduced damage, you do still have all of your perks and all of your abilities. So if you would like to throw them into this fight in any way, you can.
Well, yeah.
And so does he. So also for the sake of fairness, neither of you are wearing armor. I mean, you're still wearing clothes. So your AC is just 10 plus whatever your dexterity modifier is.
Yeah, 19.
Okay.
That's without armor. My armor only gives me +3, but I have other
bonuses
that give me higher armor.
But yeah, like this is a fair fight. No armor, no weapons, just you guys.
All right.
So you go first, and with that being said, go for it.
All right. I have so many abilities. Rolled a hit for first hit.
Yeah, roll a hit.
It's 28.
That hits. As like lightning. You just go straight for the face. He can't even react.
22. So that's 3 plus 6, 9 for the first hit. I get
9 damage.
I get 3 attacks.
For the sake of this, both of you get 1, just so the fight lasts longer.
Okay.
Okay. But plus if both of you got 3 attacks, it's very plausible that the two of you could just kill each other on the first turn.
Yep.
All right. So it's now his turn. Oh, and that is he actually rolled an unnatural 20.
All right.
Not as good as you. So that's 6 damage to you.
Okay.
Your turn.
Okay. That is a natural 20.
Okay. So take whatever you roll for damage and double it.
All right.
Because yeah, crits still count for this.
Well, that's max. So that's 10 doubled. That's 20. That's 20 damage then. Because that's 4 plus 6.
All right.
So, Dude better take me out this turn.
So like he swings in a midst and taking advantage with your lightning quick reflexes. You just go right for the gut, and that hurts him even when as strong as him. Now it's at this point you start to see a change on Jonathan's face as he realizes there's more to you than that seems.
Come on. Let's make this at least interesting.
Okay, that's a 22.
That'll hit.
And he is going to use one of his abilities as he is going to use, well, in Pathfinder it's called Smite Evil, but I still prefer the 5e name Divine Smite.
So he's
let's see.
by using magic. Got it.
Let's say the target is evil.
I am not evil.
Nice.
I am neutral.
Okay, you're not evil, so I'm just reading what this does because you still take some extra damage.
Got it. So he's cheating.
No, he's not actually, because I said you still get full access to your abilities and perks, so
Yeah.
he's using one of his.
Fine. I have magic too then.
Let's. Okay, so it's just his charisma modifier and damage. Oh, he rolled max damage, so for that, and his charisma modifier is actually really good because he's a paladin. Oh, that's 13. That's 13 points of damage.
I'm not down yet. Okay.
Well, I mean, I figured you weren't, but neither is he. It's back to you.
So, you want to just cheat with magic. I wanted a simple match of just melee right there. Got it. I cast darkness.
That... Actually, hold on.
As my racial ability. He literally uses Divine Smite right there, rather than just doing melee abilities. Okay.
Well, Divine Smite is a melee ability.
Say that again, but slower. So it is a pure melee ability. It's not like a adding additional damage or utilizing some sort of magic bestowed upon you by God.
Well, Okay, nowhere in the rules says you can't do this.
Fine, then I will not cast darkness, and I'll just fucking hit.
You can cast darkness. I'm just seeing if you.
Then I will do it with a 23 to hit.
Yeah, you got him.
And that's 5. And no, that's not 5 damage. That's 8 damage.
Okay. He's still standing.
How is he standing, John?
He's down, John. He lost 30. He lost
literally
32
20, but 20 plus 6 plus 8 is
34. That's 34.
Yeah, John. Don't
Yeah.
do this.
He had max 30 hit points. Fucker's down.
Literally what you said.
Okay. Oh no. Yeah. You're right. You're right. My math was borked. So. All right. So. That's with all that said
What
and
side
done.
was this guy on?
Scarring Guardians. But
Alright.
before we get to that, how do you want to do this?
Just gonna basically clock him across the jaw.
Alright.
Knock his ass out right there.
All right. And with one quick clock across the jaw, he goes down.
Okay. As he goes down, I'm just gonna look out to the crowd to be like, so this is the best that the Scar Guardians can give me. A fighter who cannot even fight with his fists. Have to utilize additional magic or abilities to win. Frankly, I am disappointed. And I walk out.
Lita this whole time has nothing but a shit-eating grin on her face.
Mm-hmm. I would also like to point out that, Lita, you would know this. Nowhere in the rules did it say that he couldn't use Divine Smite.
I said bare knuckles, hand-to-hand combat.
Bare knuckles, hand-to-hand. Not using magic in any way. It is literally called Divine Smite.
Mm-hmm.
Lita walks past Malediction into the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Looks at the
Should've bet on
crowd.
myself.
Yeah. Lita looks at the crowd. Congratulations. You now know what I'm capable of. What my fighters are capable of. What my friends are capable of.
Excuse me.
So,
Malediction suddenly burps, ruining the moment.
that's actually in character.
Yeah.
just I imagine she walks out, grabs a chalice of wine, fucking drowns it, and then just and just like
if that's how you want it to say it happens, sure, yeah.
Sure.
and then Lita just says, anyway. So I hope that this tournament has accomplished and you're all able to work a bit better together now. Because, be that as it may, if the petty squabbling between the lot of you continues, there won't be exercises such as this to work out your frustrations. It will be more punitive. And then she looks down at the downed Jonathan.
Roll an intimidation check before you do that.
29.
Go on, they're listening.
Looks down at the unconscious Jonathan.
Mm-hmm.
Per the official rules of my tournament, ideally you should have been disqualified when you pulled off that bit of magic.
Mm-hmm.
However, considering the ass beating you received at the hands of turns back to the crowd, my fighter, I think that's deserving of punishment enough. Keep the plaque.
It's a consolation prize.
Yeah. And then Lita just kind of goes, now she goes, keep the plaque and the gold. You don't get the other prize.
Mm-hmm.
And then Lita just kind of looks down and goes, fucking worthless. And then turns back to the crowd. So, gentlemen that are assembled here, am I Crystal?
I thought your name was Lita.
No, you're Jade.
Somebody does shout that, but he's quickly smacked across the back of the head by somebody else.
Now,
Mm-hmm.
we have a war to win. You're all dismissed.
All right. Is this supposed to be a reference to something besides Evangelion?
What's going on?
No?
Oh,
Well, I googled pathetic Asuka, and the first thing to come up was this duck.
Why is
Had to
she
use
a
it.
duck?
She was a duck.
I don't know, but I kind of love it.
I like it.
yes!
I didn't even watch Evangelion.
I mean,
What is that? Why is
the only
that
be
duck have hair?
the only way to be more given Asuka's personality, the only way to be more perfect is if she was a goose.
Or a swan.
Yeah, he is hyper-aggressive.
Yeah, since Smite Evil is listed as a perk of a class and not magic, it didn't occur to me that this wouldn't be allowed. But you know what? I'm gonna roll with it.
Lita's still just gonna again.
I was just going to post this about the. Am I Crystal? I thought your name was Lita.
I thought your real name was
Isn't it Maurice?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sonic's middle name's canonically Maurice.
Yeah.
Sonic Maurice Hedgehog.
Nice. I mean, that's far from the worst name you could get. All right, so the tournament has ended with a rousing speech from Lita. While all of you are still here amongst the army, does anyone want to say anything? Malediction, do you want to say anything to anyone else, or Greg, do you want to go talk to Jonathan?
I'll wait till everyone's cleared out so I can go into my own persona instead of being Fritz. I'll wait till later.
I mean that's very easy to do here. Like, their crowds are everywhere and they're all talking with each other. You could easily find a quiet spot. especially with your stealth rolls.
Yeah, I'll wait till everything dies down and everyone's going about towards more quieter.
All right. Well, since you're waiting, does anyone want to do anything while you're here amongst the peoples?
How long has it been since we talked to Oswin in that meeting?
Since yesterday.
You mean the meeting you just had? That was yesterday.
Okay, Lita's just going to casually walk past Oswin
Mm-hmm.
and simply say, "I applaud you for your MC skills."
Thank you very much. I'm glad to see that my work is appreciated.
MC Oswald on the mic.
The MC clown, he's gonna get down bongo style.
But Lita simply says, "Yes, and I hope that your duties have..."
Well, if it's a clown MC, then he's clearly MC Donald.
Mm-hmm.
Lita says, "Yes, I hope your duties and performance here have not managed to interfere with the production of the anti-scrying charms that I requested."
Oh, of course not. I have one of my simulacrums back in my tent working on it.
Although we were letting the elves walk in this fight specifically, just for intimidation.
Yeah, because Lita casually just drops this. Somewhere.
Casually just blew her nose right all over his face.
Somewhere, a goose honks.
While saying pathetic.
There may be a goose somewhere in this crowd of people. You don't know.
There's always a goose.
Yeah, there's always a goose of somewhere.
Just assume always where there is. Just assume there is always a goose somewhere.
The horse goose can do. The horse goose can do better.
But Lita says, "Good, because remember, you have 24 hours, and I want 36 of them presented to me."
It will be done.
Good, because I hope you got a really good look at that fight, because she's the one I send out for people that fail me. And Lita just keeps walking.
He doesn't seem to have a reaction to that, but since you said you kept walking, you don't see his face. Unless anyone has anything else they want to do, we're gonna cut to a little bit later with you, Nox.
Oh, I forgot about this Far Side comic.
I'll stop sending goose-related things now.
I know where this... Wait, is this in Colorado? I think it is. I might have seen this building.
That's funny. Funny shit right there.
Mm-hmm. It's like, but yeah, actually before we get to you, Grant, malediction, as you're toweling yourself off from your fight, Gaius walks up to you. It's like that was a pretty impressive fight, malediction, sir.
It was disappointing.
As my brother-in-law, the one who's not a dick who you killed.
Yeah, I know that I was just being a shit, because, like, who's this guy? Like, just to put him down.
He's like, say, can I ask you a question? It has nothing to do with the fight or with your spy network or anything you've been ordering me to do.
All right. What's your question? And call that a fight would be an insult to fighting as a whole. That was a slaughter. That was a disappointment. Dude had to cheat to even try to beat.
Okay, but I've heard you use the word chumba a lot. What exactly is a chumba? Oh, yeah, chumba. I've heard both. What is a chumba?
Means friend. That's a common word in Night City right there. There's quite a few bits of slang.
What
is
Night?
Won't say.
What is Night City?
Hell.
Oh, it's where I was for 5 years. You see, I used to be here, and then I went to Night City, and then I came back here.
Where is Night City?
Far place away. You're going to have to dimension hop a few times and get grabbed by a devil.
I'd
And God
rather
hope you
not
go to
do that.
California.
Oh, it was a nice experience.
Please tell me this is an actual
Any more
screenshot.
things I should know
I
about?
think so.
Yeah, that's
What?
probably in it.
What's that
For
from?
April Fool's Day,
Right
Sega
before
released a
Sega
Sonic murder
released it.
mystery game.
Yeah, where you're trying to solve the murder of Sonic.
Oh, this is an April 1st thing?
That's good.
Yeah, but it's free
It's
on
a legit
free on
game.
Steam. It's real.
Wait, that doesn't make... that. You can't make an April
It's a-
1st Fool's thing and then make it real.
It's a legit game that Sega made and then released today for free, and it's a murder mystery about the murder of Sonic.
I don't know. A couple years ago, the development team behind Rivals of Aether made a game sim for April Fool's Day, and that was also free and real.
Huh. Wait a minute. Someone murdered Sonic, and Chris Chan just got out of jail a few days ago.
Anyway,
This
Grant.
trap solves itself.
Anyway, Grant. Some time has passed, and actually, Lita, this will have eventually reached your ears in that time. Jonathan, you might have taken the consolation prize for Jonathan, but he's actually been asking around to a lot of different people, seeing what he can do to try to give that prize he would have gotten over the Rock because he feels he deserves it more.
Well, yeah,
Do you allow that?
He probably wasn't going to take a girl anyway.
But yeah, do you allow this?
I'll think on it for a little bit.
Okay, but yes, for now, Grant, how do you handle this? We'll say some time has passed.
Quick aside, though, if we're going to let a 7'11" giant into a brothel, we got to have a girl that can handle him.
There are a
Get
few
me
that
a
are size
cat.
queens. The cat's currently with Enzo, so she's unavailable. But you do have some size queens.
This is the arc where she leaves Enzo, and then he starts even down the path of further darkness. She left me for a fucking giant.
Unfortunately, Lashion is unavailable for this sort of thing right now.
Yeah. Oh God. Jeez.
That aside, Grant, back to you. How are you gonna handle this?
Well, whenever people aren't all, everyone's all relaxed, and I doubt the dude drinks, I'll try to get him aside and be like, "Sir Jonathan."
I'm not gonna have you roll for this just because he's your friend and searching through the entirety of the Scarlet Guardian camp would take too long. So I'll say you find him in a tent that was set up as sort of a makeshift church to the creator for them, and you actually find him there because you know he's a paladin. But yeah, you walk. Yeah, actually, he is.
What I'll do is I'll be cheeky. I'll go and kneel down next to him in the praying stance and go, "Hello again, Sir Jonathan. It's good to see you in high health."
It's like he's confused for a minute. Then looks up, sees you. It takes him a few seconds, and he's just like, "By the creator, I remember you." And he stands back up to his full height. It's like I'm terribly sorry. Just I forget your name. Nix, Nex.
Close. It's Nox.
It's like not. It's like Nox. Nox Lumen. It's like it's like how have you been? I must confess, I have not even thought of you for some time.
Yeah, well, it's been what? Actually, how long has it been? Like a year and a half, 2 years?
Close to 2 years at this point, actually.
Well, it has been 2 years, and a lot of stuff happens. I don't blame you for that. Just glad you were able to get out of the invasion that we all left back then.
It's like indeed, I'm glad you were able to get out as well. Although I must admit, I'm a little surprised to find you here. I just from the way you carry yourself, I figured you would have moved on as soon as you found what you wanted here in Sanctuary.
Yeah, well, got what I wanted, but along the way I made some promises, made some friends, and I'm a man of my word. Oh, I thought you were he's talking to somebody else. God, that stupid picture. What is that, a gerbil?
I think it's a hamster. Gerbils have shorter hair.
Yeah. It's not a guinea pig.
I like less
So-
fat.
So my mom just walked in and gave me this. I have no idea what it is, but I'm about to try it.
What the? Is that bread?
You bite
Yeah, it's
into
bread.
it and it's not edible.
I was going to say, is that bath bomb?
This is soap.
I thought it was a
No, it's bread.
softball. Oh, I know what bread that is. That's the flatbread.
Mm-hmm. It's actually kind of good. But anyway, so
Hey, you see those
sorry about
Mexican
that. You were
shops all
saying?
the time.
Mhm.
Sorry, Nox just like trails off. Sorry, I was thinking about Mexican flatbread.
I have no idea what this Mexico is, but please do continue. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Yeah, it's something Malediction keeps talking about. Somehow it's even worse than Night City.
Malediction.
I don't say that in character.
Walk with me. I'm sure there are others who wish to use this pen.
But yeah, I tell him how, like when he talked about how he didn't think I would be in one spot, I said, scraping. I told him, well, I did get what I wanted, but along the way I made promises and some friends, and I'm a man of my word to keep those promises.
That's good.
Just got
It shows that you were a real man of virtue. That's a quality that should be respected.
Wouldn't say I'm the most virtuous person, but I know how to keep a promise.
Like, it doesn't matter if you consider yourself a virtuous person or not. It's the deeds that make them. It's the deeds that make the man, not the way he carries himself or the way he thinks.
Nox has a lot. Thinking of all the skeletons in his closet, and just like, Anyway, just.
Not just a regular closet. That's like a fucking walk-in closet. That's the size of a room. Filled wall to wall with skeletons.
And most of them are wearing church garb.
Yep.
Huh.
And then there's like a weird plan where it kept saying on the wall to be like, make the werewolf plan work.
Since he's a member of the Scarring Guardian Church of the Creator, it might behoove you not to tell him that.
It's a different church. I was I was killing like this Orthodox. He's part of that Orthodox. It's different.
Yeah, well, even still,
Like the difference between Catholics and Protestants.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much, yes.
Boyo.
But yeah, I'll take a walk with
So-
him if he wants to talk and chat and catch up on stuff.
Yeah, because like he is right. There are other people that want to use the tent. He's like, so if you are still here, am I to assume then that you are also part of this war effort?
Well, yeah, you've met the field marshal, haven't you? In fact, you were the one. You and I helped her, help save her, and the rest whenever we saved your emperor.
Indeed, I remember. Imagine my surprise when I found out that she was Lita Ford.
Yeah, she's got ambition, and that's one of the ones I've helped. One of those promises I've made to her. I've helped her with that ambition.
So, if I may, how far does this ambition go? Call it personal curiosity.
Something far more than you or I would ever dream of.
Mm. Ah, I understand. Sorry, this bread's really good.
He goes, hey, like he's looking at the Nox wants some of that bread now, but he has to go into another dimension.
Oh, Jonathan, how many breads have you eaten in your life?
That's an actual line from the show.
I know, I remember. I just forgotten about it till just now. We'll just get Ken over here just so we can complete the Joe Bro. We'll have some Italian with us just to complete the trifecta.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Jonathan's going to ask is like this ambition. She doesn't have any designs on the throne of Syria, does she?
Truthfully, I don't even know. Right now, though, her ambition is just make sure this city stays safe because we worked these last 2 years to get a foothold in this place. And hell, we're gonna let it get taken away.
I've always been wary of people with ambition. I actually used to have a brother. Oh, stepbrother, more like. He was ambitious too.
He forced my dog.
It's like
he killed my dog, kissed my girlfriend, poisoned my father.
Just actually, that's
Stole
not
my
too
body.
far off from. That's actually not too far off from what he tells you. Just like he used to have a stepbrother, more like he was ambitious too, and his ambition led him to betray every single person he knew, including me. In the end, I had to take his life. But
I swear, if the necromancer turns out to be Dio, I'm gonna be pissed.
It's not Dio. I'm telling you that right now. It's not Dio.
Okay.
Fucked if it was Dio.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have Alc on our side, and according to Death Battle, Dio wins that fight.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Jonathan continues. But I understand and acknowledge that the world needs people of ambition to bring us anywhere. You and I have our duties to fulfill, and we do what we can. But we cannot move the world forward. But they can. But having known her, do you believe she is a good person?
As good a person as this world can create, I suppose. Don't give me that look. Nox has seen what you've done.
He did? No! He does! I forgot about this episode. But he was just like, Can I share something with you, Nox?
Very well.
When suspicion of these infernal creatures began to circle amongst Skarngard, several scouting parties were sent into Vizima to try to confirm whether or not these rumors were true. I was on one of those scouting parties. I saw one of these devils for myself. I'd grown up hearing stories about such creatures in the church all my life, but I'd never once thought I'd actually meet one. It was quite honestly the scariest thing that had ever happened to me in my life. And this is coming from a man who had to kill his own stepbrother in a duel.
I get you.
But in the end, I still killed it. I understand that Church teaches us that these creatures cannot truly be killed. For if you kill them here, they'll simply return home and bide their time. But defeat is still defeat, and with my own hands, these creatures can be defeated. That's honestly the only thing that's kept me going.
Truth be told, old friend, I'm right there with you. A whole lifetime of hunting monsters, and I've come across these demons thrice in the last few months. Just something that doesn't burn when it should, something that laughs at a wound that would fell a giant. It's not something you're prepared for. But with each fight, you learn a bit of their weaknesses. You learn how to do better. And then, no matter how terrifying they are, they can still bleed, and you can still defeat them, like you said.
It's like, are we ever really truly prepared for anything? It's like the first time you saw a certain type of monster, did you ever feel that you were truly prepared to fight it? You didn't know what it was. You had never killed one before. So could you have called yourself prepared?
Maybe not completely, but you gotta. There is such a thing as preparing for for being unprepared. That's where you just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. I was once helped a group of adventurers take down a group of Drider cultists. Something that can think like that is always more terrifying than anything that's just mindlessly biting.
It's like I can't say it ever fought Driders, but I once with some of my fellow paladins from the church fought a race of insectoid creatures that thought as a hive, not as individuals. It's just it was the first time I'd ever thought anything that didn't care about its own people, its own numbers. They just kept throwing themselves on our blades in an attempt to stop us. They knew they couldn't defeat us, and yet they kept trying in an attempt to slow us down, tire this out before the bigger creatures could get to us. Something that thinks like that is just... I will admit it got to me more than it should have.
Tyranids?
And not exactly. It's a creature from The Witcher. But yeah, just like these devils aren't too much different. Like the elves have their army, but they still die. Devils, they can throw every single one of them they have at us, and they have no fear of death because nothing we do in this world will surely kill them. They'll simply come back when they're ready.
There is one thing we can do to them, though. We can make them regret doing that. If you hurt them enough, even if they go back, that teaches them a lesson.
I'm not worried about us being able to defeat them. We both know we very easily can, but all these people here in both of these camps, they're not like you. They're not like you and me. They're not used to fighting monstrous creatures. They're used to fighting men. For some of them, fighting men is all they've ever known. For the first time they see these creatures, what do you think they'll do?
They're gonna be afraid. There's no way you can counteract that. But what can instill confidence is knowing they can hurt their enemy. And I've recently found a way to make them hurt without the means of being the religious type. No offense.
You have. That's very interesting. That's also incredibly good news. Like the church teaches us that only a righteous hand and a pure of heart can truly defeat a devil. But if that's not true, then perhaps there is hope. Perhaps there's hope for everyone here.
All it takes is a little bit of science and madness, and you can hold your own. I turned a friend into a giant wolf creature that devoured one, and I burnt another to death, and it screamed before it went back to hell.
I can't say that my faith in science is comparable to yours or most people. I've seen science do some very horrific things. I've watched a man turn himself into a monster that he dubbed the Tyrant with sirens. I had to kill him.
Fucking Wesker.
Pretty much, yes. Also, he accused me of being a boulder punching asshole. I don't understand that. I've never punched a boulder.
Well, science is just like magic. It can be a tool. It's and a weapon. It's just who holds it. Because I just look around back at the city. I've seen magic do its fair share of horrific things.
It's like, as have I, but not to toot my own country's horn or anything. But
Toot.
while we have our own church, at the very least, we understand that we understand that magic, for good or for ill, is still part of the world we live in. And that it in and of itself is not evil. It is only the men that wield it that can be considered evil. This Fenharel, for instance, I understand he's using all types of fell magic to do all kinds of things. But is the magic itself evil, or is it Fenharel who is evil in his use in the way he chooses to use it?
Oh yeah, he's definitely.
I choose to believe it's him. I choose to believe that it's him.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. It's definitely him, because hell, with some of the stuff he could apply that magic to, he could do it for the benefit of people. Instead, he's doing it just to wage this war.
It's like the Church of Eternal Fire here in Syria believes that they can simply suppress everything and keep it from everyone, and that will solve their problem. But you can't keep everything from everyone forever.
No,
So sooner or later they all have to know the truth. It's like, well, in any case, it was a blessing to see you again, my friend. He holds out his hand.
No, I'll take it.
It's like anytime, any mission, regardless of what it is. If you're going there and you need backup, just ask.
You may see me on whenever the battles begin. Just look for or my associates. Even if you don't see me, I'll be keeping an eye out.
He just smiles at that. The way you're dressed and the way I've seen you fight, I doubt I will see you if you're doing your job. But you'll see me. But you'll definitely see me. Part of being a paladin is inspiring confidence in those that follow us, and I kind of have to do that now.
You inspire, but you above all else, be safe. This war is gonna be enact enough toll on everybody. It needs more good people like you in it.
Indeed. And like you as well. Even if you do not consider yourself a virtuous man, that might be exactly what we need to win. So for what it's worth, whether you consider yourself virtuous or not, good luck, my friend. We're both going to need all that the Creator will give us.
Damn right. Pat on his much larger shoulder.
Meanwhile, while all this is going on and the sun is just beginning to set, Lita, you hear a voice in your head. It is not Enzo. It is not Oswin. It is not anyone you are immediately familiar with, but you do recognize
Angel.
it. It's the voice of Ethan Hawke. Lady Ford, I believe I've found him. It's like I believe I've found him. That scum of the earth who killed my brother.
Who's Ethan Hawke again?
Oh shit!
Wait, Zach, who's Ethan Hawke again? I forgot.
He found the anti-paladin!
Oh!
I need to use the restroom. So yeah, talk amongst yourselves.
Wait, who was Ethan again? I forgot.
The fucking mage. That fucking mage, I literally told him... I told him, like, 4 rotations ago, he came to me discussing how we could possibly track down the anti-paladin, track down Dante, and I spoon-fed him the solution.
Dante's still in the city? I thought he would have stayed town after we stopped his roadworks plan.
Sunk cost fallacy.
Well, it's not even Dante at this point. It's whatever demon's riding his butt.
It's not Dante. It's Dante, but it's...
Dante hasn't existed for a while, I don't think, after we just let him get possessed and didn't do anything.
Oh, he didn't get possessed.
Well, whatever you call it.
Oh, we now know that... I have no fucking clue what that fucking bitch is doing to him, but whatever it is, it ain't good.
She got that Asian charm. That's how he got bewitched. She got him with the power of the devil in anime instead of the god in anime like Jonathan's got.
That was disappointing.
She went to Dante and says, "Hey, have you ever heard of Evangelion?" He's like, "Yes, I like it." And then Jonathan's like, "I ain't gonna watch that shit."
Don't watch the
I'm not gonna watch it.
don't watch the re-movies, and whatever you do, don't watch the Netflix dub.
I've never watched it or wanted to watch it because, like, I've had friends before even you guys say, "Oh yeah, that show sucks." I went, "Okay."
Well, here's the thing. I get why Netflix wanted to redub it, higher budget, all that shit. However, there is the one scene that sold me on why... No, the one scene that sold me on why the Netflix redub is terrible.
The goo.
No. It's, in episode 8, Shinji and Asuka end up in Ava Unit 2. And they're both talking, and in the original dub, they're talking...
Recording again.
All right, so
Ginger pigs.
so Lita, to continue the message, Hawk says, gather everyone and meet us outside of the guild hall, midnight. We will be waiting.
This is a trap.
Alrighty then. Well, I know I also need to talk to Potato, so
Well,
we'll do that after.
Yeah, like that's something that you can do at any time. But yeah, this is happening now.
Potato, I thought you were going to talk
But
to
yeah,
us.
he's telling you to get everyone and meet outside the guild hall at midnight.
What do you mean, everyone?
Well, that's up to Lita. Who do you decide to bring?
Damn it!
The party.
You missed the joke. You had to scream like Gary Oldman.
I know.
All right.
I summon the party.
All right. You summon the party.
I don't tell them what it's about.
And he also
I'll say for you, Nox. I'll say for you, Nox, this is just coming off of your conversation with Jonathan. So, like, as soon as you're done talking with him, you get a sudden summons from Lita, but you don't know what it's about. So,
Only thing Lita says is emergency meeting, guild hall, midnight.
Oh God, who's died?
So the lot of you meet up, and as per the instructions given to you by Lita and given to Lita by Hawk, you guys do not go inside the guild hall. You just wait around outside of it, and for now it's just you guys.
Break out the smokes, Lita. None for you.
Smoke if you got them.
I've already been here.
She's got like 15
You've been here the
secrets.
whole time.
Yeah. I'm a cool kid.
Gabrielle's got like a Gandalf type fancy pipe.
She can afford it.
Hey Nox, what are you rolling? I think it's crack. What? Don't worry, I'm immune.
But anyway, since you all are gathered here, suddenly a voice speaks up. Well, and is like, well, it's good to see that you've arrived. As many of you that can, at least. Hold on. I'm looking for a picture. I'm looking for a picture because I know it's been a while since this guy's actually appeared.
It's not Ethan?
He looks like a tool.
No, his name is Ethan Hawke, but he's not actually played by Ethan Hawke.
Sacrilegious.
This guy shows up. You might remember him from the mission where you had to escort all the mages out of the city, and then the anti-paladin showed up, and you guys had to fight him.
Oh, his brother got killed by...
Oh.
Wait, who was his brother?
The witch hunter who tried to stop you. They were brothers.
Ah.
I mean, if it was actual Ethan Hawke, we could just sick John Brown on him, on the anti-paladin, and this whole entire thing would be done with in a matter of, 5 minutes.
But then this Ethan Hawke would have, a whole army of, Egyptian people. Wait, you didn't see Moon Knight?
No.
No, I saw Moon Knight. I saw Moon Knight. I know which character you're talking about.
He plays a really, really creepy, cult leader.
I'm aware. Look, only thing I'm going to say about me and Marvel right now is my watch resumes in 6 years.
Moon Knight was all right, but the quality has gone down a lot of shit.
But yeah, Ethan Hawke shows up, and with him, Lita, you're familiar with this character because she kind of sort of works for you, but not really. He shows up with this really beautiful looking tan-skinned woman with long red hair. And when I say red, I mean red, not like orangey red, but actual red. And even though the temperature's been steadily dropping and it's kind of chilly, she's wearing what resembles kind of like an Arabian belly dancer outfit.
Give me a picture now.
Let me see if I can find it in my old files because I can't find it on Google. Because let's see.
Who's wearing this?
Some redheaded tan chick. So it's there's nothing in that sentence I don't love.
Okay, I found the token I made for her, but let me see if I can find the actual picture so that you guys can get better quality.
Is it the gorilla chick from Breath of the Wild?
No, actually.
Actually. It actually sounded like her.
Sadly, I cannot find it.
Ah, well, I can imagine.
No, it's not Urbosa.
Okay. All right. Okay, so since I cannot find it, the token will have to do.
No, I got off roll 20. Oh well.
No, it's okay. I posted it to the chat.
Nox is like, damn it! If only we were younger.
Uh-huh. But yeah, Hawk shows up with this woman. Does anyone say anything?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pass the pipe. There you go.
Okay. It's like, but the woman just goes like, yeah. She's like, no, thanks, not tonight. He's like, none for me either. Well, have you been told why you're here?
Nope.
Lita
Mm-hmm.
Lita looks at the party and just says, quite simply, and points towards him, "Motherfucker found Dante."
Oh.
Where?
Who? That's actually that is actually it, and we need your help. Aliana, if you would be so kind, follow me, please. And you actually, she starts leading you away from the guild hall towards the jetty that's on the water nearby. And as she's walking, Hawk starts following her. You guys follow along as well?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's like, but yeah. As she walks, she starts explaining. It's like when my master first brought me here, and gave me this assignment. He and Lady Ford told me to look for something that travels by shadows and avoids the light. Initially, it seemed that sounded simple. However, in a city with so many lights, that became difficult to do. And tracing the exact paths he followed became difficult as the hours went by, and that meant there were more shadows in some times and not as much in others. And as she says that, like, she pauses for a little bit and does a brief incantation under her breath, and then just steps onto the water, and she starts walking on it as she has cast the water walk spell. Hawk follows her, and all of you feel, and especially you, Gabrielle, because you and Gabrielle and Lita, because you're more magically inclined, you feel as if the spell has been cast on you guys as well. So do you start following them along the water?
This is ocean water. It's gonna be like walking on a waterbed.
Well, I mean, you can still walk on it, but do you follow them?
Step? Do I sink?
No. You stepped on the water like it's land.
Alright, everyone careful. Like, the waves make it a bit wobbly, but this is weird.
Mm-hmm. It's like,
Lita.
Mhm.
I'll give Lita actually. Lita will be last, but it's from the point of view of Lita's not getting on the water.
oh, you're gonna do the wing thing?
No. Lita just pauses and she just stands there for a second.
You're afraid of the water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lita.
You need some help, Lita?
Yeah. No.
I'll hold
Lita
my
just
hand
goes.
out if she needs support. Huh?
Lita pops her wings and just follows.
All right. So, all right, you do that, and yeah.
And I'll say this: the whole time, Lita is staring at the water.
All right.
Like fucking fixated on it.
Mm-hmm.
You let us know if the Kraken shows up.
The water here is not very deep, but it's deeper than you would prefer. Also, you are right; it is cold.
Wait a minute, is this dude hanging out under the water?
There's like, as you all walk, the female sorceress Aliana, her name was given, continues. Searching for a moment this way for a while yielded no results. So I decided to try to tackle this problem a little bit differently. Instead of tracing where he goes, I tried to figure out where he could hide in a city like this. And if he travels by shadows, where could he possibly be where there are no lights? No lights at all in a city.
There was
not exactly, but I did find him. I gotta say though, I wouldn't have found this place if somebody hadn't decided to blow up the bridge to Temple Isle and pieces started falling. So
I wonder who that awesome guy could have been.
It's like I'm going to assume that you guys might have had something to do with that. So if it was, thank you. I don't believe I ever would have found this if it wasn't for you. And she actually leads you to a spot that's directly underneath the bridge to Temple Isle.
Oh.
And it's at this point Hawk stabs his. Well, he would stamp it into the ground, but it's water, not the ground, but it's the same effect. He just stamps it into the ground, and it lights up like Gandalf's staff. And admittedly, here there are no lights, and you all see right around here where the cliff meets the water. There is a spot, Nox, when you blew up the bridge and part of it fell down, that hit the cliff and exposed an open cave system.
Ah. He's doing the digging path.
Peeking peeking inside, you see that you can't see the end of this. But yeah, Burchill, to you, Aliana says, like, you said sewers. You were half right.
I mean, well, you asked the question. I didn't expect it to be just a cave system under the peninsula.
It's the fucking Skaven tunnels.
It probably goes
Like-
under the water too.
Neither did we. So Hawk speaks up. Neither did we. But if he was traveling by shadows and this was only recently opened, there had to have been some opening here. Maybe no bigger than the size of a coin. If he travels by shadows, he could have gotten through very easily. But now it's open. Thanks to whoever blew up that bridge.
Nox smiles under his mask.
Mm-hmm. Here in
Right. Out of character, before we go any
ahead.
further, shouldn't we ask the former samurai, whoever body he's in?
He's in Olgierd's body.
Yeah, shouldn't we get him along if we're gonna be going into the dark against friggin' Dante?
Well, before you voice that, like Hawk continues. Herein lies the problem. As I'm certain you have no doubt have guessed, this is a Skaven tunnel. My apprentice and I have done what we could to scout out the entrance, but this does lead to a deeper network of tunnels, and these tunnels underneath the city do go on for miles. We do have reason to believe that he is in fact down here, but he could be anywhere down there.
Guys, we stopped his roadway project, Rune, but if he's got a network of tunnels under the city and he's been not harried by us or the samurai for a few months, what if he's been redoing the rune things underneath?
That is possible. We won't know until we confront... did you say that out loud?
No, I'm saying that as Grant, because I think Nox put together he's not going to talk in front of these two people.
Okay.
And Lita does have an answer when you pose that question.
But it is like these tunnels go on for miles. We need, and this is where we must ask for your assistance. Even with our abilities, we are only two, and we have to come back up for air, food, and supplies at some point.
A Skaven hunt, huh? That sounds right up Nox's alley. This is gonna be fun.
Mm-hmm. So yes, he is down here, but we're going to need more than what we have currently available to us to hunt him down. Especially down there when we could run into anything. Forget the Skaven. There are worse things than rat people in the deep places of the earth.
Nox just nods like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Question. We knew that someone's controlling Dante, right? Like that's player knowledge, that's character knowledge too, right?
Yeah, the agent.
Yeah, you did figure that out. Mm-hmm. You have not seen her as long as you haven't seen Dante.
I was going to say, but so do we just know he's down there? Because what about the woman who turned him into this? I mean, if she's not down there, I want to hunt her down as well. Because maybe call me being a sentimental fool, but part of me hopes that he's still in there.
Well, she could very well be. Aliana speaks up. However, we will not know until we find them. They haven't come back up in months, which means they must have some sort of way to survive down there. Whether it's by fell magic or no, we don't know. But in any case, this is the only place in the city where there are no lights. If he's coming from and going to anywhere, it would be here.
Alright, so who can't see in the dark besides Gabrielle and Enzo and... Okay, so most of the party can't see in the dark. I
mean, forget seeing in the dark. These networks of these tunnels go on for miles. Like you you could very easily just end up walking in circles for days.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you take chalk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna...
I love this movie.
That is what they're eating. I've been down here for 18 years, eating rats.
Mm-hmm.
I have done nothing but eat rat for 3 months. I have become one with the rat.
I have become their king. You got any small childrens? Alright, so Nox is gonna whisper to Lita. I think before we go down there, we're gonna have to talk to, what's his name, Alfrey?
Olgierd.
We're gonna have to talk to Olgierd.
Agreed.
Hmm.
Maybe set up a few other things. In the meanwhile.
I say we set out a scouting party. Gabrielle, you go ahead, we'll catch up.
We're not doing. Lita's like, we're not doing this now.
Yeah, Gabrielle just runs in.
I would prefer to not get lost in a labyrinth where I may starve to death.
And where you can't
Yes.
Thanks, though. Yeah.
I mean, you could probably eat the rat people. Probably.
I would prefer not to.
Yeah, even Nox would be wary on that. I'm not immune to diseases. I'm just immune to all poisons.
Mm-hmm.
I think, I feel like you get a disease by that, and I don't know, Nox, how sapient are the Skaven? Because, I don't know, eating a sapient being just doesn't feel right. I mean, it's not technically cannibalism, but it's borderline, right?
Roll a profession check, Nox.
Didn't we eat kobold meat when we were with the dwarves?
Roll a profession check, Nox.
I don't think we did.
Pretty sure we did.
If we did, I wasn't told that's what it was.
25.
This isn't actually that uncommon of knowledge. Skaven are sentient creatures. They do have an intelligence and they do have their own language, but they're not as smart as people are. They're very simple-minded, and they have an really ungodly and unhealthy fixation for shiny things. Like, it doesn't matter what the thing is, or even if it does anything. If it's shiny, they'll take it.
Yeah, they got about as much intelligence as kobolds did, and I think we had some of that in the stew when we were with dwarves.
Did we put your ass in character?
Not that any of you recall.
But one of the
Though I guess it's a good question. It is a good point. I mean, it is a good point. They looked at that mountain. Where the fuck are the dwarves getting meat?
Yeah,
that's a very good question that none of you thought to ask. And they eat meat all the time. So what are they eating?
This is Screegor's brother.
I mean, I would suspect that the dwarves have probably have figured out, animal husbandry.
Mm-hmm.
In slaughterhouses.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have rights.
Burchill, we went to kobolds in the box. What do you think we were eating?
Okay, you literally insulted kobold. You have chained up kobold in a basement, torturing it.
I'm not going to eat him. I'm just using him for his scales.
You can't talk
he is
about
still
that being
there.
like eating it bad.
You've had that kobold in your basement for years now. At this point, I feel.
Yeah, this thing is not just in there.
Yeah, it's only been like 6 months, but still, you've had that kobold in your basement for years.
Well, yeah, because I'm not going to outright kill him when I need his scales. I got to let them heal.
Mm-hmm.
That makes it worse. Your torture will continue.
As long as he's
the torture
useful,
will continue
he'll stay
until morale improves.
And he'll get his honey.
Hawk at this point looks around, sees Lita floating above the water. Notices the waves moving beneath you all, and there is a strong breeze that comes underneath the bridge, and the cliffs do get pretty thin where you are, so you guys can feel the winds. So he's like, now that we have seen this, perhaps it would be best if we took this discussion indoors.
I look over and see a shark fin. Yeah, maybe.
So I'll say, for the sake of simplicity, I'll say with that said, you guys walk back along the water towards the jetty. Like Lita, you put your wings back as you hit solid ground, and do you guys go into the guild hall? Do you guys go into Lita's house? Where do you go from here to continue this discussion?
I mean, the guild hall's right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sure. So Sariel's not there because she's currently on a horse to Stolichnia.
In the guild hall, we have one of our offices that's like scrying proof, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so yeah.
It's like also I do like to believe that both Lita and Burchill have a master key to the guild hall, just in case. So yeah, you guys go inside. You find a meeting room, and both Hawk and Elena do some things with magic to keep people from listening, not just from scrying, but just from people from hearing from the outside. So to continue this discussion. So Field Marshal, effectively, what we need from you is a way to more effectively search those tunnels than just sending in two mages who will occasionally have to come back. I mean, whoever we send down there will have to occasionally come back, but just the two of us aren't going to find much of anything down there. Even if I use magic to locate an object that I know he has, like I could follow it, but I have no idea if the path that I'm going down is going to take me to it, or if it's going to curve back around and take me back up to the sewers. And I'd prefer not to walk through sewer water.
I mean, if we brought a bunch of food for like at least what would happen though if Lita was gone for like days while we're in the sewers, and then like they're asking, "Hey, what do we do now?"
Therein lies the other problem.
Didn't the Archmage say that we had the plan where if we can write down the chalk outline in a circle, like he'd be able to teleport to locations like that, and then maybe we can make checkpoint systems.
I mean, that's not exactly the way it works, but you're on the right track.
Yeah, how long till you Charlie can Gabrielle teleport?
Let me look at the spell.
How long?
I mean,
how far?
Yeah, how far along till you can teleport? I mean, like we're level 15.
I don't know.
Let me take a look. Teleportation Circle is a 9th level spell. Can you cast 9th level spells?
No. It's max level.
So yeah, you can't do that. I'm sorry.
But yeah, if we could set up like a checkpoint system to where like, okay, yeah, we got to this point, and then we can get out, resupply. All right, now let's do it again. We need something to map out the tunnels so that like we actually we're not lost. Or, like going along the way, we're like, okay, we need like a, what's that word? What are the guys that make maps called?
Cartographers?
Yeah, cartographer.
Yes.
Preferably a dwarf.
I mean, yeah. I was going to say cartographer. I mean, Burchill was navigating his ship, so he could do that.
Okay. Yeah.
Navigating the sea and navigating a network of tunnels is an entirely different ball games.
At least you got the supplies for it.
Well, what we need is a mining crew.
Get some dwarves?
Mm.
Well, then here lies we got. If they're just miners, then we have people to protect them from the rats.
And remember,
which will be easier, teaching a mining crew how to fight rats, or teaching rat fighters to mine.
Shut up.
Either way, we're going to space.
And also, just throwing this out there, because Hawk did say this, forget the rats. There are things much more dangerous than rat people in the deep places of the earth. And you have no idea how deep this goes.
We're talking all the subterranean shit. Let's see.
I finally get an excuse to do my Vermintide story arc.
So yeah, if we can set up a checkpoint system with someone that can help us teleport, then we'd be able to resupply and then have people map it out. But yeah, if we're going Hollow Earth, like who knows how, we're probably going to be going underneath the damn ocean.
So yeah, sounds like we ourselves can't go.
Not yet, at least.
What if we... Here's a possibility. We, just thinking out loud here. We get a crew. We figure out the right people for the job to do it. We send them down, right?
And we outfit them with night vision goggles that the mages can make.
Right, we basically outfit them for everything they need, all the insane bullshit they need. We send them down, and then we have them lure. We have them lure Dante out to us.
Something tells me they're going to end up like Hunkstein and and he's just going to go Birkin on them all.
It's like, also, Elena's going to speak up. That's a possibility. However, I also have to ask, what if he doesn't take the bait?
Yeah.
He doesn't have to take the bait. They just force him out.
And then what? He travels by shadows. The minute he's in darkness, he can just move anywhere.
I feel like Nox is going to have to help with this party down there since he knows underground fighting.
Above game, I do want to say this. Part of the reason the story arc is being done this way is because Jayson really wanted to fight the anti-paladins. So yeah.
Jayson's not coming back. He decided to live in Europe forever.
He was just asking me how this game was going because he wants to do this.
He's trying to pull the wool over your eyes. He's never coming back from Africa.
Well, remember what we talked about not but a couple hours ago about the fucking rockets?
Let's just start like bombing the underground.
Radiant bombs.
Oh,
light grenades.
Like flashbangs?
Yes.
Hold on, I think
But flashbangs that don't stop glowing. Basically, we send them down, and then as his trail gets a little, more defined.
Sunlight bomb, yeah, I can make those.
We just start bombing the Jim Christ out of him with radiant weaponry.
I can throw
force him out.
Radiance equivalent to sunlight, and they work good on undead, fungi, molds, oozes, slimes, and creatures to which sunlight is harmful. Yeah, I can make these.
If he travels by night and travels by, darkness.
Oh wait, I can't make these until I make I discover the blinding bomb discovery. I think I need another level first.
But we can have Oswin get in on this.
Yeah, he could do that. And even if he can't, he knows mages who probably could.
Yeah,
also,
we get Oswin in on this, and we basically utilize our war resources to light bomb the Jim Christ out of Dante.
Also, I just want to remind you, Nox, you now have other alchemists who work for you, so you can order them to make stuff.
Yeah, but literally, if we go up one level, I'll be able to make these. Because I need another discovery in order to have the blinding bomb first.
Well, until you get to that point, you can order these other alchemists to make stuff for you.
I think as high level as me.
You don't know.
Again,
Maybe they're higher.
They probably took more discoveries than I did, because I could have taken the blinding one a while ago, but I got other ones.
Mm-hmm.
So we literally have them build radiant weaponry. Find Dante down in the fucking basement. And we basically flashbang him onto the surface.
Well, the only problem is we're going to have to find him first, and that could take forever.
If we send a crew down there to do it.
Well, they're going to die if we do that, because they're going to end up in chunks.
Well,
Because they're also going to get eaten by oozes. They're going to get eaten by oozes and all and other like giant white crabs and other stuff underneath the earth.
Hawk puts a hand to his chin in thought, and then eventually speaks. I have an idea, an insane idea that might expedite this process. However, I'm not certain how viable it is. We do not know these tunnels. So any route we take could take an exponentially long time, longer than I'm sure any of us are comfortable with. But any guesses on who does know those tunnels?
Skaven?
Exactly. Just like, Master, are you seriously suggesting we get a Skaven to show us the way? If we can, they have intelligence. They are capable of speech. Perhaps we could convince one. All we need is a Skaven.
And that's how originally we got the kobold. Is like someone put a charm on him. I remember that.
That was Gabrielle. Gabrielle did that.
So I guess we could charm, and then we could just do what we did to Skrigor and make him dependent on us, and he has to listen to us.
You still need a Skaven first before that can happen.
So who's got cheese? Let's go put it in front of the entrance.
Skaven don't like cheese. They like shiny things.
Well, okay, fine. We'll get some shiny cheddar.
Rat.
We get a block of Swiss and cover that fucker in glitter.
Oh god, what a waste of cheese.
Believe it or not, Nox, that might actually work. Skaven are too dumb to really tell the difference. They don't care what an object is. They just care that it's shiny.
So just get a bunch of blown glass.
It's gonna start to smell.
Yeah.
We get down there, and they are having the moss argument again.
We use cheese as the Skaven we get.
What the heck?
What? There we go.
What? Why is
How did you find this so quickly?
I don't know why. This has just been a trend on Twitter, Grant, that people just drawing Ashley as a mouse.
Okay.
I actually looked into this.
Including Plague, where he drew it as a sequel to the No Way Bro drawing.
I actually looked
Shiny
into this.
cheese.
I think it might actually have something to do with her voice actress in the remake. She has kind of a squeaky, mousy-esque voice,
Well,
more higher pitched, and now she
did have bigger ears, but I thought they were always like monkey ears, not mouse ears.
But she's her voice actress is much higher pitched than she was in the original. Isn't this for fishing?
Yes,
yes.
We're gonna get fish monsters instead.
Or bait.
Catfish love that shit.
But these are rat people, not catfish people.
Nox comes back with a giant. He goes,
Here you go, Grant. This is the Plague drawing.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just like, he still looks just done with everything.
Mm-hmm. They made Resident Evil 4 way too serious.
Well, I'm still gonna play it when I eventually get it, but I'm gonna save some money for now because I still gotta go buy some curtains after we're done with the session.
I mean, I've played Resident Evil 4 like 8 times, so I'm in no hurry to play the remake.
Yeah, but this one you can walk and shoot.
Well, that hardly matters. Again, I've played the game like 8 times. I'm in no hurry to play it again.
That was always my complaint about Resident Evil 4. I can't move and shoot at the same time. That's why Dead Space was so awesome.
Mm-hmm. It's like
I'm just trying to imagine the whole game though with her actually as a mouse from the Rescuers.
Just wait long enough, people will probably make it a mod.
Yeah.
Leon, give me cheese.
Also, I noticed in this picture most
of the mods now are just give Leon a thong and tramp stamp.
God damn.
Also, I've noticed in this picture she's sending out mixed signals because she's moving her panties down, but then she says of cheese.
Well,
so
plague.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, what do you actually want there, Ashley?
It's Plague, the master of, well, A, totally not authority, and B, him going, I like to make people feel uncomfortable by drawing mysterious eggs.
I hope you get used to eating a lot of eggs. What?
But yeah, Hawk speaks up again. It's like, also, Lady Ford, if we are going to be sending people down to map these tunnels, they have to be people we trust. Is this really something you want? Is this really something you want to be informing your war council of?
They need to be aware of all threats, both foreign and domestic. So yes.
Extraplanar.
Yeah. If I may ask, then, Lady Ford, would that include also informing them of me? I am still technically labeled as an enemy to the state of the state in this country. There are many in the Church of Eternal Fire who, even as things are, would love to have my head on a silver platter. And mine. I am his apprentice, after all.
Wait, what do you do?
He's basically Wizard Magneto. He's been smuggling mages out of this country for years.
Oh, he's our contact. Yeah. Okay, now I remember.
Mm-hmm. Broham also fucked up a really easy spell and got a bunch of people killed.
Well, that was before he met you guys.
And he rolled a natural 1. It happens.
Yeah, he fucked up. He wanted to talk to Satan, and he fucked up.
He tried to summon a devil himself. He thought he could control it. Then this went about as well as you would expect.
And I'll tell you right now, when Lita was informed of this story, she mocked him.
I remember that. But yeah, his question still stands. Like, does this also mean you're going to inform them of me?
No. They have no need to know of who you are. If anything, we bullshit a reason for why we now are aware of this.
I mean, they know we know the underground. We can just say they found it.
Mm-hmm. It's easy enough.
Elena raises her hand. There are other magic users here, right? It might just be easy to convince them that some evil wizard or something of the like is trying to capitalize on this war for a powerful spell. I mean, that's the sort of thing they deal with all the time.
Wait,
same thing with the witch hunters.
Didn't we tell the war council about Dante, or did we keep that a secret?
You kept it a secret for the time being.
Oh.
But if you want to change your mind about that, this would be a good opportunity to.
I mean, he is working with demons, so we'd get those that are kind of the enemy at this point.
You have no idea if Dante's working with devils. In fact, as far as you are aware, a devil is actually hunting him down.
Yeah, didn't he tell us he was hunting him because he did something to devils? I can't remember. I was like,
no.
He's hunting him because according to Olgierd now, he's made a pact with something that's much, much worse than devils.
Oh, great, Cthulhu.
Can we just send the Olgierd down?
I mean, you could.
But he wouldn't wait for us.
Yeah, above game, you could send Olgierd down there, but there's a chance he might not wait for you and just try to kill Dante himself.
And then
you said you want to save him, so... Mm-hmm. And also, I'm just going to say this now above game. You could try the same thing with Samael, but you run the risk of the exact same thing happening. Samael might just try to kill Dante himself.
Or he dies.
Yeah, or he dies.
Oh, this is the dude that was going toe-to-toe with friggin' Tempest, and we got lucky on him.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
because we were a lot lower level at the time.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I also blinded him, and that was the fluke.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Otherwise, our hits wouldn't have hit him.
we wanted to send criminals under darkness.
Now we need.
Are we going to have 2 suicide squads? Because I have no problem with that. I just want to know if that's what you guys want.
I mean, it takes care of 2 problems. If the criminals find Dante,
There's also the distinct possibility that Dante finds the criminals.
Hey, you want to join me and be free?
Yeah.
Okay.
like he's going to do that.
Hey guys, I got some cheese someone left around. Ooh, okay. They don't give us cheese in prison.
Mm-hmm.
We just fucking throw men at the problem until it stops being a problem.
Lita, there's now an army of undead under the city. What did you do?
Just consecrate the entire city. Problem solved.
But it's under the city.
That takes time and magic.
Which we have.
Fair enough.
Have you played
Like
Gears
what?
of War 2, Lita? They're kind of trying to do to Jacinto what the Hammer of Dawn did.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I figure, yeah, we just throw criminals at it because then it's not people we know.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we got to throw bodies at it, and we might as well throw bodies at it of people that, we're going to throw to the wolves anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, do you also want to go forward with Hawk's suggestion of find a Skaven to lead you guys down there?
That could help, actually, a lot. Nox can get in it.
Yeah.
Alright.
First task, find a Skaven. Second task, brainwash him until he's on our side. Third task, fourth task, kill the anti-paladin.
Hawk at that point actually says, we can get you a Skaven, however, we might need your assistance in breaking it.
Me and Gabrielle raise our hands.
Even as simple-minded as these creatures are, it's still more than likely not going to help us out immediately.
It's easy. She gets them under mind control, and then when that wears off, the drug addiction and dependence on us, they have to be near us.
Also, Gabrielle, I'm going to throw this out there.
Dominate person is 1 day per level, so I could control them for 15 days.
Also, Dominate Person will not work on a Skaven because you would need Dominate Monster for that to work, because they are considered a monster species.
Wait, we used it before.
Damn, alright.
Right? Or wait,
I don't remember. When did that happen?
I don't remember. But
we got a cold
hold on,
under control. I know that because we had him tell us where his buddies were, and then I drugged him and put him in my basket.
You did something to it. I don't remember if it was Dominate Person.
It was like
because that would
or something, because he was all friendly with us for like a short period of time, and then that's why we tied him up afterwards.
Actually, I rescind what I said. I just looked up their stats. They are considered humanoids, which are affected by Dominate Person.
Okay, cool.
So,
all right,
but just barely.
Just barely a person.
Yeah, they're just barely people.
That's the best kind of person.
They're three.
Still tax them.
They're 3/5. They're 3/5 of a person. Yes, I went
That
there.
seems like a good compromise.
Alright, so we brainwash, and
Ah!
I think I'll be there because I know underground. So if you're keeping this Skaven on a leash in order to help this team, I can help you with that, Gabrielle. That way, at least we're following the right path.
I'm gonna say at this point in time, none of you guys can actually go down into the tunnels because you have war responsibilities up here on the surface that you need to see to.
So wait. Can dominate person do you have to keep recasting it though?
I have to spend at least one round concentrating on it each day, or else they get to make a new saving throw. And I do have to be, I think, close to them when that happens.
Oh shoot.
So if they roll bad, it's possible that they will just stay under the effect of the spell for 15 days, but they will get a new saving throw each day if I'm not there.
So do we have like maybe a mix of primary and secondary characters? Like I know we all have backups like that are in the city, right?
How much money do you have?
Not tree fitty.
You guys are rolling in money.
Well, I got 2 characters. You got the Orc Wizard Barbarian, and you got
Who's currently in Stolichnia.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
she's
you
in
got the
Stolichnia.
assassin who's currently outside the city.
Cat
And
she's
Lita
done-
exists, so you're insane.
She's currently in Skarngard being John Wick of this universe.
Yeah.
That's literally what she's doing right now. She's the highest paid assassin in
crossbows.
Skarngard.
And as long as Lita's in Sanctuary, she ain't coming near us.
Well, if we can't go down there, are we gonna just have to like do another one shot where we have a team going down?
I mean,
You know, I could.
I'd
You
be
know, if
fine
you
with
want to
that.
do that, if you want to do that, I could run that as a Halloween session.
Halloween's like months away though.
we just get back to this plot point in 6 months.
Well, I mean, regardless of whether or not you go down there or not, it's still going to be until my next rotation that we actually get to this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at the end of May, and then if we'll finish Zax. No wait, we'll be starting Zax at the beginning of May. So then Ken's next, right?
Me then Zach, then John. So John will be like around June-ish.
That's not
Yeah.
that's not October at all.
And yeah, once Jayson gets back, you can fight Dante immediately. You can wait a while to fight him, but he does want to be there for that. So
So we just kind of put this to bed until we can work on it in the background.
You can
until-
actually do something about it.
Yeah.
We say we get a dwarf cartographer. We get someone that can. Hey, wait, what's Ermine doing? Maybe she can like do tracking stuff underground and like make the.
Ermine is your drill sergeant for the
Yeah.
Syrian and the Skarnguardian armies. She's currently whipping them into shape. You see, this is part of the burden of being in charge. Every single person who you guys have working for you is now doing something important.
Well, it's about this time we hire some mercenaries.
Hey, Mike. That.
Yeah. But I was free from you! You're insane!
I mean, if we do with some NPCs, I mean, I guess Sultan's not doing anything important.
This is more accurately what would happen if Catherine met Lita again.
She hasn't been leveling up with us.
Not with you, but she's been leveling up.
We're higher level.
She's also an assassin.
She doesn't exist.
I'm fine. That's about it.
Malediction is the only person who could conceivably take her out.
Sneak attacks don't work on me.
We could. January could go down there.
Who?
January. He's a fighter.
He's also the most well-endowed person in your employ.
Oh, our male
Hey, bro.
prostitute. I forgot. Hey, what's Blasco doing?
Nothing right now.
I'm still mourning the loss of his girlfriend.
So maybe he'd be a bit suicidal and want to go down fighting.
Do you want to take somewhat advantage of someone who's possibly suicidal?
Yes.
Yes. Are we the good guys here or the bad guys?
I don't know.
So
That's
yeah,
up to you.
as soon as we maybe formulate a team here, Blasco, January, Sultan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also, I do want to throw this out there. Keep in mind that whoever you send down there could very conceivably die. So yeah, if you do want to send your backup characters down there, they could die too.
That's it. Don't have back.
That'd be a good excuse for us to, or at least for me and Zach, to play as the backup characters for a session.
But like, yeah, if they die in that session, they're dead. So.
Hmm.
I can have one other backup, but I got replaced.
And my cleric's probably on a boat somewhere working for Burchill, so who knows where he's at.
I think that other backup was still in the south.
God, who do we send down there?
I mean, we do have plenty of like soldiers, but they're just not very powerful.
How about-
Probably
We
not
need adventurers.
powerful.
We don't need soldiers.
Okay, how about
Yeah.
this? We'll table exactly who you guys send down there for now, and at the very least until we get to the next rotation, just to give you guys time to think about this. For now, though, it does sound at the very least like you guys have a plan of action, that you know what you want to do here.
I mean, if we get the map to
Yeah.
this place and we get reports back via magic where he's at, then we could just teleport there, cut out the middleman, and then, hey, we're going to kick his ass.
Yeah.
So we have them do the hard work for us, but they got to know up. It's got to be people who really, really like money more than they like their lives.
I mean,
Crazy
also
people.
just with January and Sultan being set down, you say that, if our backup characters die, they're dead at the same time. That's only a problem if Burchill or Lita die.
Mm-hmm.
My cleric from the Nick Cage one-shot's on a boat somewhere. I don't know where he's at.
He's currently getting stuff for Burchill because Burchill's the Grand Quartermaster now.
I know, he's on the high seas.
I think it was Cleric, was her? I never written down.
Well, here's a thought.
Mhm.
The other option is we find a guy or group of people who really like money and be willing to take on an insanely stupid job to go down into the fucking tunnels to make a shit ton of money.
I just had a.
So you hire
And yeah, you want
mercenaries.
$5?
So you want to hire mercenaries.
Wait, guys.
Or
with certain type
a bunch of
mercenaries,
Russians.
Or better yet, hang on, let me find the picture.
The Russians currently work for your spy network, and they might already have a mission lined up. So,
Well,
$50
also throwing this out there, since Anaris kicked out Potato of the group. This could be Potato giving her a chance to prove herself.
a sniper's not very good underground.
Yeah, I've got plans for Potato.
All right, how about this? I'm just
Okay.
saying, we know some dwarves, we can hire them, and we can have guys with guns go under our city and do this.
all right.
Yeah.
So,
All dwarf
okay.
parties.
So,
Dwarves would be good at navigating tunnels.
Mhm.
Yeah,
all right. So,
and they're short enough that they don't have to worry about, high up traps and shit. Or,
Also,
And all guns.
yeah,
also, I just want to point this out. Chara is already on his way to Erebor, and like the Sariel, he is in communication with Burchill. You can just have Burchill ask him, "Hey, while you're there, could you hire a dwarf mercenary party?"
Yeah, I could do that.
yep.
An all dwarf party. That'd be fun as hell.
My only requirement for that is that all of you would have to speak in Scottish accents.
And they all have to
Easy.
sing songs.
Oh, we all have to, and all of our names have to describe our default mood.
Yes.
I'm Francis Sandpaper. Your mood is sandpaper? Yeah. It's rough.
Yes.
Bit ever come say hi to you? Fuck off, I'm busy.
All right. So you guys are going to hire dwarvish mercenaries to go in the tunnel. I'll think of a Halloween session for that, and I'll probably watch Mimic again just for fun.
Christ, no, if those are down there, oh my god. You better be paying us up front.
So, So what's this group called? They call themselves the High Hoes.
Don't think too hard about the name.
Do you think it's wise to hire a group of hoes who are high?
I mean, we already do
Maybe.
that, kind of.
Alright, so we got dwarvish mercenaries who you're sending down into the tunnels, and we have a suicide squad of all the racists that you can find who are going to go set up bottle rockets to bombard the elves. I like these plans.
Well, not just races. Maybe we can also get some religious fanatics wanting to prove themselves. Like, okay, like what about one of those dudes that got stamped by Temme? Like
Enzo?
we have them, like Enzo. Like he got stamped. Like I have to prove my worth. The creator will take me back if I go and do this mission.
Well, I mean, he won't be a cleric or a paladin anymore, but he could probably still fight.
Yeah, he'd just be a fighter at that point. Hey, he'd be suicidal. So yeah, dwarf party, suicide party, and I guess prepping for winter.
Alright, so we got and yeah, Hawk and Elena will take care of the Skaven. They'll get you a Skaven as a guide. I'll say this: they'll get you a Skaven, but one or two of you guys is gonna have to break the Skaven.
I've got the drugs.
All right. So
it's just that what do we want him time dependent on that the dwarves will have? I have the honey that I keep Skrigor in line with. That's all full of drugs.
Well, never mind. So I'm gonna say for the sake of this, let Hawk and Elena take their leave. You guys finish this discussion, and Zach, if I'm looking at my clock correctly, you got 45 minutes until you gotta go.
Yes.
So I'll ask you first. Is there anything else you want to do before we call this session to a close?
Well, I need to talk to Potato.
Okay.
Considering she's being sent to me.
I would like to talk to... And my mind immediately blinks.
So we'll do Zach first. We'll do Zach first. We'll give you time to think.
Zach first. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna say, so for the sake of hilarity, Zach, you send for Potato, but Potato never actually shows up to your door. And then a day or so later, both Boris and Anatoly show up to your doorstep carrying her. They had to physically drag her to you.
And she asked why I kicked her out.
Yeah, that looks nice. Two Russian dudes carrying a child to a whorehouse.
Well, where do you decide to hold this meeting, Zach? At your house or somewhere else?
The old Walpole office.
All right, so they take her to the old Walpole office
in private.
All right, so you go to the old Walpole office, and like the two of them sit her down in a chair, and Boris actually says, "But I would recommend not tying her up. She's very good at getting out of ropes, and jeans actually. I've seen her get out of handcuffs, even when both of her hands are cuffed."
Lita. Yeah. Lita nods. Mm-hmm. And then bids them both to leave.
They do. It's like, well, Anatoly and I will stand outside, just in case you need us. Regular guards will not be able to catch Potato, but we will. And with
outside that, the building.
Very well. And right before they leave, you watch as Anatoly takes out a flask of something, splashes it in Potato's face, and she wakes up. Upon which they leave. It's like, what? It's like, what is this? What have you done to Potato? Oh, it's you. What?
Lita walks over to the door, closes her office door, and then I will do this in front of Potato. Lita takes out a knife and carves a symbol next to the lock. And I cast Hold Door.
Okay. Let's. Okay. It's like, as you do this, Potato asks, it's like, Potato still not understand why Potato's even here. It's like, what? Why does Malediction say Potato failed her tests? Potato thinks she passed her test. Potato did not do anything different than she would normally do.
You have an attitude problem.
It's like, yeah. It's like, yep. Yeah, and if I may say so, Field Marshal, so do you. How many people are you nice to?
There's a difference. You failed the test because you failed the test not because you were caught, but because you endeavored to burn down the entire testing field.
Well, it worked, didn't it? In the end, I still got the thing I was supposed to steal.
Yes, and if this were a real mission to acquire some sort of artifact, you would have alerted them to your presence, and they would have been able to track you back to us.
What makes you so confident they would be able to track Potato?
Because they've been able to track many people leaving them. Hell, there's a good chance they're trying to spy on all of us as we speak. If they can spy on us from several days away in an occupied city, what makes you think they wouldn't be able to track you? Or anyone else?
You don't need to roll for this. You could see on her face she genuinely does not have an answer for that.
Moreover, Potato, what if in your setting the camp alight happens to trap one of your comrades? And they can't escape, and they're captured.
Again, no response.
That is why you failed. You can't see past your own nose for consequences.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why you're here. In front of me. Because you have an attitude problem.
So what you want to do with Potato?
Well, first, your attitude is going to get a severe adjustment. You'll learn to respect orders and your superior officers.
It's like trial you want. The worst man in Stolichnia could not break Potato. You believe you can?
My spy master. For that crime alone, I should have you hung.
You cannot hang Potato. She would escape.
God, it's like dealing with a fucking Anaris enforcer.
I would try, and I would succeed.
Roll an intimidate check with that one.
29.
Oh yeah, you beat her.
So, moreover, you disrespected a superior officer, which would carry a punishment in this instance. However, considering that you are a child, I'm willing to overlook certain aspects of that.
Potato is not child.
How old are you?
Was forced. She doesn't answer that question.
Answer the question.
33?
She still doesn't say anything.
I asked you a question, soldier. Answer me.
Roll an intimidate check again.
26.
Yeah, she's rolling for dumbass here today. She's like, Potato says very softly under her breath. 13.
Really?
Yeah, 13.
Thought she was younger.
I felt like any younger and it would just be too ridiculous.
Malediction, meanwhile, in the corner being 11.
Yeah, I didn't want Potato to be 11. I toyed with the idea of making her 9, but then it was like, no, that's too silly.
I mean, that's probably around the age of canon of the actual Potato, but actually, I don't know if Potato's age has ever been stated in the Shrapnel verse.
But yeah, she does say 13.
13. 13, and you wanted to join the army. Congratulations.
Potato wanted to do what cousin Boris and his friends did do in Stolichnia. They got chance to again. Potato did not. And actually, you do know what she's talking about, Zach. It was mentioned before in previous sessions. Boris and all of his friends, back before you hired them, back in Stolichnia, they were a team of tomb raiders, and as they call them in Stolichnia, stalkers.
Get down.
Lita.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Look. Malediction has given you over to me. You're not a part of her squad any longer.
You do not own Potato. Silovich thought he could own Potato. We should see how that ended.
I don't own you. I don't own people. I manage them. I don't believe in the concept of owning people. My master did. And I escaped that life. My spy master, Malediction, has failed you out of her squad. Which means you fall to me now. To work for me.
If Potato worked for you, that means she. If Potato worked for you, that means she won't. That means she won't. She won't go on missions with cousin Boris.
Correct.
Why do you all keep this from Potato? It was all Potato wanted.
'Cause you fucked up. Didn't see how your actions could have impacted others, nor the destruction it would cause. And moreover, you tried to attack your superior officer in retaliation. You failed. And I'm willing to give you a second chance.
To do what?
To work for me.
And do what?
I looked through your records. Aside from the forged documents you tried to pass off for your age, you are arguably the best marksman in this entire city. Probably this entire nation.
It's like... It's like... Pitiful soldiers don't know how to handle ranged weapon.
Exactly. I'm putting together the best of the best. Because I need elite marksmen in this city. We'll have snipers, damn good ones. But I want the best back here. Picking off people from here.
Is that... Are those Tenniel and Colex Are those Tenniel and Colex Sukas as part of your plan too?
I'll have to evaluate them. But maybe.
DPL.
This is your second chance. Because after this, you get evacuated of the rest of the civilian population.
So my choices are either leave with DPLs who can't fight, or sit in tower and shoot from distance.
Yes. Patrolling the city.
And if the skills of Potato are needed on mission,
you won't go with them. Spy Master no longer holds jurisdiction over you. I do. You lost the rights to serve under the Spy Master.
in this only way, Potato will get to fight with Cousin Boris.
You won't get to fight with him. You'll be defending the home front. If Boris goes out on a mission somewhere, you stay here.
She genuinely looks sad at this. You know, Cousin Boris and Anatoly, his crew and their crew, they were best stalkers in Stolichnia. Potato wanted that too. To be brilliant Suka stalker like them. that. Now I just sit in the tower and shoot the rifle. If Potato do this for you, there is that chance that Potato might earn chance to try again to be able to be stalker.
Not in this army, not in this country. You will serve under me until the war is over. When this siege is over, when this war is done, you can do whatever you want with your life after that.
It's like, Potato at that just narrows her eyes at you. He's like, you say Potato have no respect for authority. What about you? Do you have respect for anyone? Potato never see you show respect. In fact, Potato believes she's never seen you be nice to anyone.
This is me being nice, Potato.
Well, Cousin Boris speaks very highly of you. Why? but they'll not see it.
Fine. Here's why your cousin respects me. I buried Billy Butcher and his gang. I united and destroyed the gangs. I managed to single-handedly start a gang war that dismantled everything in this city. And then I put it back together again. I became the leader of the underground through my own cunning. I put Chara Van Offerman in his place. And I clawed and fought, burned my way to have a seat at that fucking table that the nobles hold above all of us. That's why your cousin respects me. Or maybe it's because, thanks to my machinations, my friends orchestrated the death of Ezekiel Tempest.
That was you.
All of this was me.
She roll sense motive.
It's a 32.
It's difficult to read, and she's definitely doing a good job of hiding it, but you can tell she's genuinely afraid of you with that statement.
Mark my words, Potato. Me sitting here talking to you is a kindness I have afforded very few. You attacked a superior officer. For that crime, you would be lashed 50 times in public and sent to the front lines. I'm taking pity on you.
You watch as Potato drops her gaze from you. She just sits there and thinks for a while. Then you watch as she reaches into that coat she wears and pulls out a flask of something before taking a very long swig of it, putting it back. It's like, sorry, cousin, I couldn't be like you. But Potato will do it. But understand this. For this, you cannot change Potato's mind about. If cousin Boris and Anatoly are in trouble, Potato make no promises. Potato will try to save their lives. You care about your family, don't you? Potato care about hers. It's like damn your orders and damn your seat at your table.
Your attitude needs adjusting. We're starting with that now. Lita reaches into her desk and holds up a pair of papers.
Mm-hmm.
These are reassignment orders.
Mm-hmm.
For Boris and Anatoly.
Mm-hmm.
These are signed, sealed, and stamped by me.
Mm-hmm.
Fail to obey my commands, disrespect my authority, or try to do anything that undermines my integrity or the integrity of this organization I'm building. And I will send these papers to the Spy Master. He'll get mad, grumble, accuse me of being a bitch. And then she'll storm off to Radon. These papers are the reassignment papers for Boris and Anatoly to serve as the general infantry during the first wave of the invasion.
Potatoes eyes go wide with genuine fear as you say that. Which, by the way, is that actually what they are? I need to know if you're bluffing or not, so I can have you roll a bluff check.
I'm bluffing the shit out of this. These are basically 2 pieces of paper. They are general orders, but we'll get to that in a minute.
But okay, then I'm going to need you to roll a bluff check, and I'm going to roll her sense motive for her to see if she sees through you. Okay.
27.
Yeah, like at the mere mention of those, you watch as her eyes go wide in genuine fear, and this type of fear she can't hide from you.
I've done the math, and I'm not exactly the best person at math here. That's more Gabrielle and Burchill speed. I'm a planner, a thinker, a manipulator. The survivability rate of general infantry during the first wave of invasion is measured at around 62%, which means 38% of our forces are going to die. Tell me, do you want your disrespect of myself, or the disobedience of yourself, to be the reason why your cousins have a 38% of dying?
Potato looks genuinely afraid, but then she narrows her eyes again. No, Potato, understand. You are like Sidorovich, but a woman. Potato understands. What do you want Potato to do?
You will be the first and the highest of my riflemen. You scored in the upper percentages.
She scored the highest.
You scored the best out of everyone we tested thus far.
Mm-hmm.
Which means you'll be squad leader.
That gets her attention. It's like,
I will train you to become a leader. I will make you better than a stalker. I will make you killer and slayer of men. I will make you a shadow that the last thing people hear on this earth is the sound of the crack of your rifle before the bullet enters their skull.
You can tell she's trying to hide it, but she's a child, so it's not that easy. She genuinely does not know what to think. 2 seconds ago, you were threatening her family and lying about it, but now you've made her the leader of an elite squad of riflemen.
This takes responsibility, and your attitudes need to be adjusted severely.
Mm-hmm.
Which means for the next week, you'll be closely following me, working with me, working under me. You'll have orders.
While you're speaking, Potato takes the flask out and takes another swig of it.
And you'll be sober.
She closes it and just puts it on the table.
Good. Now, rest easy. You have tomorrow morning. You report to me sharply at dawn, and we begin.
All right. Potato leaves, and she does take the flask with her. Wait. So, Mike, do you remember who you wanted to speak to?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, because I said those are orders.
Okay.
Yep.
And I'm going to. They're not orders for the army. I'm flexing.
I would like a chicken salad.
What?
Okay.
I would like a chicken salad. That's the order. Chicken salad.
No.
with extra wrench.
No. This is an order. One of the papers is for Oswin
Okay.
to inquire about a certain set of things. The other is an order for Tabitha.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that later, possibly another night.
It's an order for all of you, for the sake so you all get to see the machinations of Lita's insanity. It is an order for a dress. A dress specifically giving the measurements of someone who's approximately 6'2", very lithe, and likes to work with his metals.
Okay.
Oh dear God!
Order the bad dragon.
All right. Anyway, malediction. Who did you want to speak to?
Your pegging will be the pegging that breaks the heavens.
That's another night.
I would like to talk to Nox.
Oh, okay. So
Back.
it's not hard to find Nox. You know where his lab is now.
I know where his cocaine lab is.
Yeah.
It wasn't my cocaine
Unless you-
lab, I'm just using it.
Unless Nox, you want to say you're somewhere else.
I mean, Nox
The
doesn't
state
have
of the
much a
slab
social life.
is fucking disgusting. Nothing has been cleaned.
All right. So yeah.
So yeah,
you
observing
find Nox's
all
cocaine
the-
lab.
Yeah, I'm still observing all the, because we got the two rotating crews. We got the day and the night crew.
And healing potion making, by the way, is actually going really well, but that's incredibly simple, so it makes sense. It's just the quantity of them is a little overwhelming, but they're dealing with it. Making all the explosives, though, that's kind of what's weirding the other alchemists out, especially since you insist to use your measurements, not the ones they were trained to use. And Balthazar is insisting they follow your orders because he understands that you're actually intelligent.
Does that guy
But yeah,
ever
malediction.
sleep?
This is what you walk in on. What?
The gold mask guy, does he ever sleep?
You've never seen him sleep.
Jeez. As long as I'm not a duck.
You never sleep. Can't sleep. Clowns will eat me.
Literally.
Looking
he's
for
in-
Nox.
Yeah, he's got his own little office where he makes his stuff.
Knockety knock knock knock.
Come in. Because I'm still looking like Dr. Fritz.
Sup?
Oh. I am malediction. What can I do you
Hello,
for?
Nox. I have a question for you.
Okay, shoot.
What are you going... Well, I've known some previous stuff before I was here of some of the things you were planning, some of the things other people were planning.
The hell?
And before, I didn't really care. I thought it was fine. There you go. But what are you doing after the war is over?
It's a good question, and quite frankly, I don't know. Right now, the only thing I'm focusing on is a promise I made to Lita. I promised I'd put her in power, and once that threat's over with and she's got her power, that promise will be fulfilled. After that,
All right.
I'm not too sure. Didn't really think I'd still be alive at this point.
I'm going to be honest, beforehand, I didn't think you'd still be alive at this point either. Although I wasn't going to do anything until that point. What the? Affleck?
That's just our maid. Ignore her. She just cleans the vats.
Help me! Cobalt, these bars cannot hold my fury.
He's in another basement. He's eating his honey.
I will never die! Yubble.
Oh yeah, out of character, when Char's over there, get some more cobalt scales in mass since he's already over there. Oh my god, it's real.
What the fuck?
Jojo is real.
I thought it was a joke.
It's fucking free, of course.
This is truly a bizarre world.
Wait, what's real?
The Sonic murder mystery.
Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
It's got to be
Okay.
Chris Chan, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But anyway,
What's the view of the sport? You got the good ending, totally.
But anyway, where was I? But yeah, Nox is just like, after this is all over, maybe I'll figure it out what it is, but personally, I've already accomplished all my goals. What if I have a life after the end of this war? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Why do you ask?
Just curious. Well, as I know before, I think you're planning to walk into a forest and kill yourself or take a long drop off the wall.
I don't think he ever told you that.
Lita told her that.
Did I tell Lita? Or did Grant tell Zach?
I
think you
don't.
told Lita.
Yeah, I don't think Nox ever told that to anyone above game. So yeah, there's no reason you would know that. Sorry.
Well,
I think Lita
that's
just
also a guess I can make.
I mean, if you want
was
if you
her
want to
guess.
say, like if you want to say like you guessed that, then sure, that's fine. But like yeah, like that's a pretty spot on. I'll say that's a pretty spot on guess.
All right. Yeah, that's what I guessed. Honestly, with how you were, that's what I thought you'd end up doing. Or I'd end up doing it to you. I was actually planning that. That was actually a deal I made with Lita. I wouldn't kill you until after the war was done. But that was years ago when I was a much more angry, angsty little child. Now I'm a much more stable person.
Truth be told, maybe it is still what's going to happen to me at the end. I'm not thinking about it just yet.
I don't know. Do you have anything else to care about? I don't think I ever cared enough to know. Do you have a family? Or are they all dead too?
I might as well be dead. I ain't seen them in over 30 years. Or no, wait. 20 years. There we go. 20. It's for the best. I don't... Being a part of people's lives, I don't have a good track record of that. So if that's how I gotta end it after this war is over, that's just how it's gonna go. But with all I've gained with these last 2 years, it's making me question exactly what I want, and I don't know at the moment. What about you? What do you plan to do after this war?
See how it goes. I may work for that princess. I may stay here. Or I may just leave and try to find someone who can actually beat me.
I talked with Enzo.
Because as you saw in the fight, yeah, there's nobody here that's worth.
Whatever they did to you in that other world made you hella strong.
Maybe a lot
It's the
better.
cybernetic implants.
Less angsty.
I was talking to Enzo the other day. You asked about family. That you might actually still have some. I didn't know if you'd be interested in that. Your folks and I and the rest of the Dire Bloods, we rescued a lot of those what are out of character. I forgot
Drider.
Dark. Yeah, but what are they
Drow?
called before the Driders?
Drow.
Yeah,
Drow.
Drow. Okay, I couldn't remember the word. We rescued quite a few of the Drow children. You just happened to be one of the ones that the ritual had taken.
Yeah. That would be interesting.
Would you be willing to, or wanting to, inquire about them?
Not sure. Because they'd kind of just be another Drow.
And they'd be the, 'd be the, age you were originally, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what are they called before the Driders?
Drow.
something I was thinking about, because, yeah, there was a lot of those kids in there.
Probably. I wouldn't.
Well, let me know if you change your mind or decide otherwise.
Yeah, I'll be sure to keep you in the know there.
Also, for when we finally get this spy circuit and all our activities during the war, when the battle started happening, I got something. I hold up a bottle. Help your recruits a lot easier when sneaking behind enemy lines.
What's that?
Well, let's just say seeing elves from a distance instead of a bunch of humans running around, maybe they'll be a little harder to see.
That could help.
Of course, I got the invisibility, the spider climb, the beast form, but this, for before things hit the fan, bunch of elves going walking around with other elves, not so noticeable.
Yeah.
Of course, we're gonna have to test it out because it's something they have to form the image themselves. It's literally them turning into elves.
Yeah, that could honestly work.
You might need to do some spy work beforehand to figure out exactly what you're supposed to look like, so that when you transform into them, it transforms into exactly what the Eldarin army is supposed to look like, rather than just an elf.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, all I'm saying is, these guys are sneaking behind enemy lines. Oh, this is just one of our elf servants. Oh, this dude's like part of the food crew or something.
They see that, and they'll probably try to liberate you.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, like, behind enemy lines, what's easier to overlook? A bunch of humans, like, hey, their ears weren't pointing, or a bunch of actual elves, like, hey, those guys were doing something.
Hmm.
It's cold. But,
Yeah.
is there anything you'd like to request while you're here? Anything that can help you in your recruits?
Not sure. I'll probably tell you later if I figure out something. It's mostly just training and getting rid of problem elements.
Is there any technology from that other world that I can help recreate? I mean, I've already got something that's hooked up to that phone, you called it, thing you have?
Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing enough power related that you could provide in this world. Very low tech here. Can't really provide the power needed for a lot of things.
And yet I
In
can
that
read Bluetooth.
way,
Nox, roll me an intelligence check.
I'm intelligent! Oh, okay. Yeah, I am intelligent. Just straight intelligence?
Yeah, just straight intelligence.
So, yeah, without any modifier, so... 22.
Generating power is, well, it might be a tall order for some of the things that were actually from Anaris' world. It might not be impossible for you to make something that can generate power. I mean, you probably possess enough alchemical knowledge to make a battery.
Yeah, I know how to make batteries, but I'm probably not going to make any smartphones, but who knows, maybe I'll be able to make a carriage, or a car.
Well, also just consider this. Start with a battery, but you also have mages who can call down lightning bolts at will. So, yeah. That might be a good place to start.
Well, yeah, but she's also got to tell me about this technology so I can take notes, because he still can't get over the fact that there's carriages that can go 100 kilometers an hour, and like, how in the hell do they move that fast?
well, I could get you to the phone for a little bit. Like, luckily I can charge it by solar, just right there, so that makes it easy, but you wouldn't be able to get much.
Because, yeah, Nox, to you, it just looks like a glove. It doesn't matter what type of intelligence roll you make, like, you are not going to be able to figure out actual cyberpunk tech.
You got nothing in this roll pulls the cable out of her hand. Nothing you can really plug into this, because this allows you to interface.
She literally just pulled a cable out of her hand. Like,
nothing for that, or nothing for this, for example, showing up like one of the SDs in a sense.
Well, I mean, I made Bluetooth headsets. Can I look at that a little more? Maybe I can enhance them or something. And again, that's
This is
I'm gonna get to
beyond
that.
you.
This is beyond me. Whoa.
Yeah. I'm probably better
Alright.
off trying to make a microwave. Not even a microwave
alright.
emitter, just a microwave.
But yeah, Nox, as far as generating power goes, you could probably figure that out.
Yeah, but what to power with it? That's the question.
That is the question.
Silly McFly.
When you get back.
Can't get on water. You need power.
Unlimited power!
When did
All
Biff
right.
become a Sith?